replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass and 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And you can buy now and pay later with Guida's interest-free financing for up to 12 months. Act now. This offer is until the end of February, so don't let this final chance for big savings pass you by. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So much developing this minute, and we want to update you on the latest work by President Trump. So 3 years ago today, Russia invaded Ukraine. Right now, the Trump administration trying to unravel the blunders of the Biden administration, restore peace to that war-ravaged region, which, of course, is reeling from more than 1 million casualties on both sides, peace, prosperity, and obviously strength. That's what Trump is focused on. President Trump hosting, by the way, French President Emmanuel Macron today. They're talking Russia, Ukraine, the tariffs on the EU, among other things. And then this afternoon, they're planning that live news conference, 2 o'clock this afternoon during the Dom Show. So President Trump also busy on Truth Social, announcing many different achievements, but in one, congratulating Dan Bongino, formerly from Fox, needs no introduction, but he'll be the new deputy director of the FBI, serving underneath, of course, Kash Patel. And Kash Patel was also commenting on the tragedy, the loss of life as law enforcement injured or killed in the line of duty, which brings us to what happened right here in Pennsylvania. If you haven't heard, and I have been updating this throughout the morning, just a real tragic situation where some guy goes into a hospital. This is in York, and they get the word, officer down, officer down. So in this case, in York, Pennsylvania, we have one officer killed, just turned 30 years young, 5 injured, but in stable condition. I want you to listen to this is a piece from one of our affiliates, and this is that officer, Officer Andrew Duarte, his mom, Nancy, speaking out about her only son.
Andrew is my only child, and he's an amazing young man.
The shooting unfolded yesterday morning when authorities say Diogenes Archangel Ortiz showed up at the hospital and went right to the ICU carrying a bag with a semi-automatic handgun and zip ties. There, he held a doctor, nurse, and custodian hostage.
This did appear to be targeted at the ICU. Ortiz did appear to have contact previously in the week with the ICU for a medical purpose involving another individual.
Police killed the gunman, and today, Officer Duarte is being remembered as a hero. Nurse Taylor Piccino honoring him online, writing, "Thank you so much for taking your life to save mine and many other of my coworkers during the shooting."
More cops. Look at this. More cops.
Betsy Small took this video from her mom Darlene's hospital room when police rushed to the scene.
I was locked in the bathroom because I wasn't sure, was there somebody, loose in the building?
And with so many unanswered questions about why the gunman came here, now only memories remain.
How does it feel to see this outpouring of support and honoring your son?
It's been amazing. I'm not surprised that he answered the call. I'm not surprised he was one of the ones in on the front. He was a mighty warrior.
A mighty warrior, that from a grieving mother. You'll hear from Nancy coming up. She's going to be joining me coming up in the 10:30 hour, but certainly prayers for her, for the entire hospital community. I can't even imagine what they went through as they tried to recover from that, badly shaken. The latest I'm seeing is that they're not admitting new patients because obviously this struck the ICU. All of the personnel there just very upset by this deadly situation. And then we still remember have the injuries. And as well, we have another officer. This is a Camden law enforcement officer right here in South Jersey was injured after being under attack. In this case, in South Jersey here, this officer, fully uniformed, on duty, Camden County police officer, stabbed in the neck, reportedly by some crazy guy who, for no good reason, unprovoked, just decides to attack this officer. Again, fully uniformed, senseless act. That's according to the police chief, Gabriel Rodriguez. And in this case, the 28-year-old officer right now in critical but stable condition. It's the kind of situation that we hear about too often, and prayers for him at Cooper University Hospital. So they do have a man in custody on that one, 38-year-old Richard Dennis, charged with attempted murder, among other things. But as far as this Dennis character, they say his last known address in Lindenwold, Camden County, but he is a homeless guy. That's the latest. So I have to give a special shout out. I'm honored to have Greg Stocker here. Dan, unfortunately, is sick as a dog today, so I hope. But
he got what we all had.
I know, right?
He got what we all had last
Poor
week.
Dan.
The week before. By the way, I wanted to go back to that York thing, Jeff.
Yes.
Jeff writes in. He brings up that Ortiz, a guy who is the alleged gunman, right, in the York thing. This is very interesting that the media, the news, is keeping quiet about not saying anything where he is from, background, citizenship, prior records, etc.
Yeah, and that's a good point. The problem is that unless law enforcement would just give it to the media off the record, they'll get. If most of these places are sanctuaries.
I know.
So I always look up. I try to look up the citizenship of any suspect, and doesn't matter what their name is, right? I always try to find that information. The problem is we exist in the sanctuary places, so law enforcement gets in huge trouble if they release this stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's just,
I know.
you know how I feel. Where's Tom Homan?
Yeah, right.
Where's Tom Homan on this?
So I mean, to your point, Greg, and to Jeff, I hope that they do look at that and extradite the guy. Absolutely. Yeah. 100%. So Trump was, as usual, he's busy. So he was complimenting Dan Bongino, complimenting Kash Patel and others, saying this is good news for law enforcement and refunding the police. He was ripping into somebody famous from here in Philadelphia. I don't know if you saw this.
No.
He
oh boy.
I know. So he writes about, he says, low-life chairman of Comcast, Brian Roberts.
I mean, he's
the owner of Ratings Challenge, NBC and MSDNC, has finally gotten the nerve to fire one of the least talented people in television, the mentally obnoxious, racist Joy Reid.
Oh boy.
I wish he just would,
concentrate on other things.
The thing, this is,
I know.
This is how he is.
It's personal with him and Brian Roberts.
So he's ripping on Joy Reid. Mentally obnoxious, racist. Yeah, he's a guy who minces words, right? He says, based on her ratings, which were virtually non-existent,
that's true.
She should have been canned long ago. But everyone else who worked, along with everybody else who works there, also thrown out was Alex Wagner, the sub on the serious failing Rachel Maddow show.
Well, it's funny because he's right about that, because we didn't mention that yet here today, that she's also, I mean, well, Dawn, since you know this stuff better than anybody, she has been reassigned as a correspondent.
Whenever you're reassigned. Like, if I'm ever reassigned.
Yeah, Dawn Stepford reassigned to.
Oof, I'm, I got to update that resume. You're looking for a new gig.
Yeah, you go from having your own show with your name on it to a correspondent. Ooh,
yeah.
It's, boy, they don't really like women over there, do they?
I know, that's what they should say.
They canned all those women.
Then he doesn't stop there.
Of course.
Then there's, of course, the all caps low IQ con man Al Sharpton, who has perhaps the lowest TV ratings in the history of television. What is he doing to Brian Roberts to stay on the air? Oh my goodness.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Eek.
Yeah. I mean, he had a 5-day-a-week show, and that got zero to no ratings, and then they just put him on the weekends, I think.
He ends by saying fake news is an unpardonable sin. I like that.
Yeah.
Because, that's like part of my terminology. It's a sin. Unpardonable sin.
I just think that, like, look, I'm not one to dance on anybody's career grave because, as you know, these jobs aren't the most stable. So, I'm not, but they needed to do something over there. They need to do something at CNN too. I just don't know what, like, rearranging the deck chairs is not what they need to do, right?
Greg, I think they're going through and they're getting rid of big contracts.
Yeah, 100%. You're 100% right.
So part of this, he's not wrong in saying Joy Reid had horrible ratings, but even people, like, I love Hoda Kotb.
Yeah.
We go way back. I can tell you, she is she's 12, 14-hour days, and she has always been like that. It has nothing to do with anything she did, quote unquote, wrong. It's that they're across the board, even if you're the best employee, it's a reset because of our industry.
Yeah, and even with Rachel Maddow, she, that news a couple months ago where she came on and she took like a $15 million cut. And I know to anybody else that's like, wow, but she had a huge contract. Yeah. But still, that's a lot of money that they saved from her. So you're right. They're just going through the biggest contracts and they're saying, nope.
Isn't that a great place to be? Greg, if they came to you and said, Mr. Stalker, would you please, we need to cut $15 million out of your contract. Would you do that?
Yes, I would do that. I would do that tomorrow. And then I would be in debt $15 million.
Right. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Quickly out before we take a break to stay on time. Trump says Apple just announced a record $500 billion investment in the United States of America. And he says the reason is faith in what we're doing, without which they would not be investing 10 cents. Thank you, Tim Cook and Apple.
Wow.
So it's a little suck up to Tim Cook.
Well, I mean,
giving him the love.
The tech industry loves Trump right now. They do. I mean, it is, he's going to deregulate all that for everybody, and they love that stuff.
So he just put out just a few minutes ago, not only the Tim Cook, the Apple investment, but he leads with $14.1 billion, a bid from Nippon Steel, and that affects us here in Pennsylvania. $20 billion from Hussein Sajwani.
Yeah.
$500 billion over 4 years from Apple. $500 billion over 4 years from Stargate, and $600 billion from Saudi Arabia. All those are investments in the United States under Trump.
Wow.
So that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, I mean, getting back to the MSNBC thing too, like I just feel like, look, they're going to, because the opposition is always. We just reported last week that Midas Touch podcast beat out Joe Rogan in one of the charts, and they're like an anti-Trump podcast. So there is an audience for that stuff. I just don't know if it's on cable TV, because how many of them are really watching cable TV? I don't know.
No, I think that what they're looking at, Greg, think about it. They're going, look at that Greg Stalker. He put all these fools on camera and on the radio, and they're making a profit.
Yes.
They have sponsors and a lot of, all of you, we appreciate you. But I'm being serious that if you look at the percentage, you look at some of these individuals making tens of millions of dollar contracts, what are they really bringing in?
Yep.
It doesn't. So they wish that they could tap into what we have here.
Well, your point, I think you said this earlier, that they go out, if a Joy Reid goes out into the world that we're in, or online or something, or tries to do a podcast, I don't know if she has an audience. Rachel Maddow will. She 100% will. She can probably make, not what she's making at MSNBC, but she could probably make, a decent salary just doing things on her own. I don't know if Joy Reid can. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if there's a diehard Joy Reid fan out there, or Alex Wagner, or whoever, whatever her name is. So they're kind of stuck to this, whatever they have here at MSNBC.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
I mean, I think for somebody like Rachel Maddow, she could, because let's just say she joined Kale and Company.
Yeah.
Let's say she joined, she would be interesting. She would be smart. She would be. Can you imagine somebody like Joy Reid?
Yep.
Do they play well with others?
I know.
They don't, and they would be triggered and freaking. It would be pretty amazing stuff.
Yeah.
We should actually invite her now that she's unemployed.
Oh, can you imagine?
See if Joy Reid would join us.
She would call us all racist.
She would. Rip it, She'd rip into us.
Hey, look, I could say, look, we have an opening Saturday night where Michael Pelka used to be, and you can do Saturday nights for WPHT, and we'll pay you like
Nothing.
$50 a week. And I might or might not be lying.
She used to tip her doorman more than she'd make. You know what I mean? Oh my goodness.
But again, we're not laughing at her.
No.
It could be any of us.
That's right.
But it definitely won't be.
855-839-1210, and join us on the YouTube. Thank you, Greg Stocker. Thank
You're
you,
welcome.
Jimmy Kelly.
Yeah,
I love you. I really appreciate it.
We're here for you.
So
Dan, I mean, it happens. You get a little, you feel a little under the weather, and I get it. It's going around here.
It really
I'm
is.
surprised you haven't, because your kid had
I know.
the flu bug, right?
I know. Michael was hospitalized twice. It always happens to us on Christmas vacation, though.
Yeah, I know.
Why is that?
I don't know.
All right, we'll continue right after this.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
More appliances are sold in February than any other month, which is why you'll be bombarded by President's Day sale ads. Brands offer deep discounts to take advantage of this busy time. National Appliance Warehouse is driven to offer the lowest prices year-round, especially during the appliance industry's biggest sale. They'll leverage their massive buying power to guarantee the lowest prices for their customers and use Price Assured to deliver that promise. Your greatest weapon against paying too much for new appliances is National Appliance Warehouse with Price Assure. As always, our friendly professionals will match you with the perfect appliances and an enjoyable experience, all with the lowest prices.
The President's Day mega sale has been extended at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an incredible 35% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Hey, this is Brad Evans from BetMGM Tonight, weekdays 7-11 Eastern. The BetMGM Network is your home for expert sports betting insights, real-time odds, and nonstop action.
And the best time to tune in is right now. The madness of college basketball is heating up, the NBA playoff race is tightening, and MLB opening day is just around the corner.
We got expert picks, in-depth analysis, and everything you need to stay ahead of the game.
Presented by the sportsbook born in Vegas, BetMGM.
Watch on YouTube, listen on the free Odyssey app. This is a BetMGM Network.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Good morning. So this is good news. I love to be right. And my work husband, Greg Stocker, is like, this will make you so happy. Because this morning, earlier on Kale & Co., we were, talking about this whole thing with will the Eagles skip the White House? And so I was holding out. I did this whole thing appealing to Jeff Lurie and the Eagles, make it about autism, go to the White House, right? And make awareness for autism your platform. That was my... So
it was, yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Which is a great idea. That's what you should do.
Yep.
But reportedly, the invitation hasn't even gone out. So it was totally fake news, and we got sucked into it.
So to be fair to that Eagles Nation Twitter account, it said inside sources are saying that they voted on it already. So okay. I don't know. I'm just saying... There's conflicting reports. That's why we said we don't know if it's true or not, right? But I'm giving you credit.
I'm keeping the faith.
I'm giving you credit. You were like, can we stop getting our news from Twitter?
Circle back.
Yeah, circle back.
Yeah, so the story was that they took this internal vote or whatever. Like, are they even together? You know what I'm saying? What do they do, a Zoom vote? Because they don't it's not that they all live here. They live across the country.
That's a great question. That's a great point. It's a great point.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're like, let's all get together on Zoom and vote.
And let's have a vote. I just don't think that sounds realistic. Mm-hmm. But that was the report that they voted no, they would not visit the Trump White House in D.C. after the Super Bowl victory because it's a nice little tradition.
Yeah. It is. I said this morning when we talked about it at 6:15 that I think that it should. It doesn't matter what your politics are. You should go. You should definitely go there and do it, no matter what. Just for the fan base, there's a lot of Eagles fans that voted for President Trump.
I said they should go because Jeff Lurie, we know, is a young relative with autism.
Yep.
I have the family connection through Mike's Seafood, Mike and Jeannie Monachetti, my niece and nephew, and so it's little Karamia born with, diagnosed with autism. Mikey diagnosed. They just raised over the weekend, by the way, $170,000+.
Wow.
So I talked to Mike and he was just like, I'm just like a ordinary guy running a fish market.
It's amazing.
And they're really beautiful people.
Doing God's work, man. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Great work. Great work.
So make it about the White. They just started. Phil Almquist, did he tell you he and his wife signed up for a White House tour?
Yes, they're going in April,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, so they'll be going in April, and they're going to. He said he's never been to the White House. I'm like, really? Like,
wild.
Dawn, and Rich and I have been in the Oval Office. Dawn got Tupperware or something.
Tupperware. I got the silver platter,
Yeah,
baby.
Yeah, it was ripped out of Zioli's hands to give to you.
And we'll never let him
Yeah,
forget it.
exactly.
Never, ever. Speaking of silver platters, we got to talk about my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles. They feature the latest luxury vehicles, and these are from today's top brands. I'm talking about Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. And these models have sleek new designs and models, just beautiful, innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. They have thousands of new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles. They're available right now across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey at Piazza dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles always stands out. Just visit them. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Oh, mornings. Some people love them.
Okay, you have everything for your math test. And Mom, you have my lunch.
Some people hate them.
Everybody get in the car. Go, go, go.
We've all got to do them. Good thing Wawa's up and ready for you every morning. With fresh coffee, hot sizzlies, and fast, friendly service to keep your morning moving right along. Mornings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation, and Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Got big dreams but not big funds? A home equity loan from First Harvest Credit Union helps you leverage the equity in your home and turn it into cash. With flexible terms and great rates for an affordable payment, you can turn your dreams or goals into a reality. There are no restrictions on how the funds can be used. Apply today and get a fixed-rate home equity loan rate as low as 6.24% APR. Visit firstharvestcu.com. Membership restrictions apply. Equal housing lender. Insured by NCUA.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Why settle for any meal deal when you can have one you really want? Wawa's $5 Big Breakfast Deal gets you any Sizzly breakfast sandwich, any size and flavor hot or iced coffee, plus a hash brown, all for just $5. Any Sizzly, any coffee, plus a hash brown. It's the $5 Big Breakfast Deal, and Wawa made it big just for you. Big taste, big value. Mornings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stenzelin Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Updating you on, first of all, closer to us in Camden County, we have an on-duty Camden County police officer fighting for his life in the hospital at Cooper University Hospital. He was stabbed in a grocery store, unprovoked. We're still looking into that, but many prayers for him as he's in critical but stable condition. And then also in York, Pennsylvania, a steady stream of local residents arriving in front of the West York Police Department to pay their respects to Andrew Duarte, the officer killed over the weekend in that horrifying hospital shooting. And we're learning more and more about this young man, just turned 30, and his life story, and so many saying that he saved so many lives. So I'm honored, of course, this morning to be joined, to have his mother join us, Nancy Duarte Matarese. I know that you visited that memorial, that it means a lot to you. I can't even imagine. There are no words that I can express to you as a mom of boys, Nancy. Thank you for being here today.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
So first of all, it's important that we know that we pay tribute to your son, his life. And this morning, as I'm reporting live from Philadelphia, Nancy, there are still people, and this has gone viral on social media, just talking about what a hero he was, how many lives he saved, and they're thanking him as he's in heaven now, but they're crediting him with saving so many lives.
Yeah, that's what I've been told, that the actions of Andrew and the other officers there on scene that participated really did save a number of lives, not only the ones who were being held hostage or who had already been shot, but others in the hospital. Who knows where it would have gone or how it would have gone.
What do you want people to know about your son, the situation? I imagine you seem like somebody that I'm hearing talk that even they want to set up maybe a foundation in your son's name or raise funds and awareness. So take me through what you want us to know.
Oh my goodness. So Andrew is my only child. Forgive me. He had a warrior, I've said it to other people, he had a warrior heart. It was his personality to be the one running in to something serious and dangerous, which is why he went into policing in the first place. I do know that Andrew is with Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior in heaven, which gives me comfort, great comfort. And I know that the Lord has used Andrew in a mighty way throughout his entire police career, both in Denver as a DUI enforcement officer, as well as here in York. And his final act of service to the community in saving other people's lives.
And Nancy, we're praying for you, and you're such a strong mom. I know that you were talking over the weekend to different news outlets. We just appreciate you that you would speak about your son. It's kind of, I know it's kind of a strange thing, but I'll just say it like this, that in many ways, it's so important that we remember and honor your son, now a hero in heaven, Andrew Duarte. And just moving forward, what do you want or hope? Do you believe that any good can come from this as far as awareness about whether it's supporting our law enforcement, whether it is in a hospital community providing better security? What do you see in the future to try to bring some good out of this, or what would Andrew want?
I think he would be amazed at the outpouring of love, support, honor, etc. People that never knew him, don't know us. The messages on social media, and I can't say that I've read everything, but the things that I see that I've read, I mean, it's just incredible, the support, and I'm very grateful for that. There was been a time in recent history where the police were not being supported, and that was frightening for me as a mother of a police officer during those times. In the not too distant past. So I'm grateful to see that perhaps we've come out of that somewhat, to see that people do really appreciate the sacrifice, and it's the ultimate sacrifice for my son and other sons and other daughters who have also paid the ultimate sacrifice, that people are really appreciating their work and their devotion and dedication and willingness to give up their lives for others.
And I imagine...
And forgive me, I don't remember the second question you asked me.
No, I imagine for Andrew, so, part of this is, I know he was in Denver for 5 years, but I'm sure that, I have girlfriends whose sons actually were here in Philadelphia working in law enforcement and left the Philadelphia police force during that summer of 2020. It was a violent summer for our local law enforcement. They left. For Andrew, why did he stay in law enforcement despite, what the defund the police movement and all of that?
Yeah, that was really rough. It was very hard. But I think just because of who Andrew is, that deep inside, spirit, I think he had a real drive to get the bad guys. I don't know if that's okay to say, but I think he had a real drive to do that, to get the bad guys. And I'm not saying that his work in Denver, the people that he arrested and things were bad guys, but I just think in general that is what drove him.
Yes.
And he came back to Pennsylvania to be near me after that summer of 2020 and into 2021. I really wanted him home near me. And so he left his position in Denver and moved back here to Pennsylvania in 2022. But he stayed in law enforcement.
Well, Nancy, do you know anything more about the suspect or the motive? Have police, shared anything with you?
They have not. Okay. No. I only know what has been spoken about at the press conference that the governor gave, and the other gentleman, forgive me, I don't remember his name, but I did speak with him. But he did all of the talking, or a lot of the talking at the beginning of the press conference, where he detailed out the actions of the individual. So I don't know anything more than that. They haven't shared more information than that.
Well, Nancy, I hope that we can keep in touch. We do a lot here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT supporting our law enforcement. I was just at an event over the weekend, the Families Behind the Badge. And so we support you, and we're thinking about you, and we just hold you up in prayer during this time, Nancy.
We really do appreciate the prayers. We need them. It's going to be a very long and difficult road.
Nancy Duarte Matarese, what a great mom. You want to honor your son even amid all of your grief and just with a broken heart. Thank you, Nancy.
I loved him dearly. He was a joy every day of his life. We were very close. I will miss him greatly for the rest of my life.
I know. Well, obviously you were just the love of his life, the fact that he moved back here just to be close to Mom. So we'll keep you in our prayers, and I know Andrew's in heaven, holding you up in his too.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Oh, we'll keep in touch and keep following you, Nancy. Thank you so much.
Okay. You're very welcome. Thank you.
God bless you. I know that you may say, Dawn, why would you want to interview a mom who is grieving like this? And this just happened over the weekend. I want to tell you something, just as a news person, interviewing so many people, thousands of murder cases, not just in this one, a hero cop. But there is something, and I don't know if I can say this articulately enough. When people lose a loved one, they want you to remember their loved one. In this case, a hero cop who definitely saved lives in this hospital with a crazed gunman here who shot others, by the way, who are still fighting for their lives, but they're in the hospital right now. And so he stood and shielded others. There's a lot of evidence of this, and the stories continue. But there is, in my personal experience, I would say 99% of people who've lost a loved one, whether it's like this with a hero cop or in general a murder victim, I know it's shocking, but people want you to know about their loved one. In this case, she wants you to honor her son, Andrew, Officer Andrew Duarte. And also it's important to have that community and to embrace her with your prayers. And so I really mean this sincerely. Please pray for Nancy, the entire family, her husband, and this is her only child. Greg, I can't even imagine that grief.
Oh God, I have the heart of stone, and you can always make me tear up with these interviews. My Lord.
Yeah. Well, you're an only son.
I am.
Your son is an only son.
This is horrendous. Yes. Yeah.
But
I want justice for this family, and we need to know more on this alleged, I have to say alleged scumbag.
Well, no, he's dead, and so they did shoot and kill him because it's one of those things where he was holding and threatening a medical professional, and they took the shot.
Yeah.
So,
but I still,
but you're right.
I know, I know all that. I just don't want it to end there. Was like, well, it was just a guy who acted. No, we need to know more about this, and we have to let this for the family. You know what I mean? Let's let the family give them answers because they deserve it.
Yeah. Well said, Greg.
Ugh.
Amen to this. I know. It's just, and think about this. This family this just happened over the weekend.
Yeah, I know.
So we'll continue to follow that investigation, and Nancy as well. I have some thoughts with trying to support her, but we'll talk about that moving forward.
You had a woman cry on Friday. You had a woman cry today. I mean, you're just tugging at the heartstrings of the WPHT listeners.
Well, this is unfortunately
that's why we love you, my love.
And some of you who came out, thank you for coming out for the great Joe Conklin event, by the way. That was a terrific event, and so many of our future students in law enforcement. They're criminal justice majors there at the Westchester University. They have a great program. Even juniors were saying they're getting job offers already.
Wow.
Not just seniors.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Because these jobs, so but
Yeah.
Joe Conklin was just rocking it.
Yep.
It was wonderful. Hey, we got to talk about my friends from Marvin E. Cans. Marvin E. Cans, third generation owned and operated and military veteran founded company. So these guys are fantastic. They've been out to my house maybe more times than I've liked, but that's why it's important that you've got the guys who you can count on. I can count on my guys at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. They got us ready for winter. And I signed up, for that maintenance plan. You want to make sure that everything's good to go. If you live in an older suburban home, consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. Mitsubishi Electric is just an awesome solution for a home lacking that important ductwork. Could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings, by the way. Contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning right now. Marvin E. Kanze, MarvinECans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Get ready. Friday, March 21st, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT presents our 8th annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins. We will be live from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. with special guests, surprises, and fun. Plus, hear stories about how your donations to the Travis Manion Foundation go directly toward empowering veterans and families of the fallen nationwide by training them to become mentors to youth, find healing, and unite communities through service. Listen Friday, March 21st, beginning 6 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Thank you to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, Emmons Roofing, Windows and Solar, online at emmonsroofing.com. Oliver Heating and Cooling. Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
Hey, it's big. Rob Schmidt recently beat CNN in key ratings as millions are tuning into Newsmax. Every night, Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax revealing the truth about Elon Musk's Doge. Tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern and find out why Rob is the hottest person in cable news. Even President Trump is watching, and he says Newsmax is terrific. Reuters Institute reports that Newsmax is now one of the top news brands in America. Find out why. Just check out Newsmax on your cable system. Get Rob Schmidt with Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and much more. Download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or home TV to start watching. It takes just seconds. With Newsmax Plus, you can watch our great shows anytime. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com and start your free trial. That's NewsmaxPlus.com. Make the switch to Newsmax today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now, I would say I think it's fair to say that President Trump was taking a victory lap at CPAC over the weekend. I think that's fair, right? So that was a Reuters headline. But this is The Guardian. Party of one. Donald Trump, 75 minutes at CPAC, talking about himself. That's The Guardian. New York Times.
Are they new here? Do they not know what he does? I mean, come on.
New York Times, at CPAC, Trump revels in political payback. I think The Guardian was the most, because I don't think Trump is a party of one. I was, doing a little Trump victory dance. I think for more than half the country, he got the popular vote.
Yeah.
So we celebrated with him. It wasn't a party of one. But Greg Stocker has some cuts.
Oh, so you want to start with, he spoke about Ukraine. Let's start with Trump. This is CPAC. He was there on Saturday, I believe, right?
Yes.
This is what he said. It would be helpful if I had to. There we go.
Europe gave it in the form of a loan. They get their money back. Yeah. We gave it in the form of nothing. So I want them to give us something for all of the money that we put up. And I'm going to try and get the war settled, and I'm going to try and get all that death ended. So we're asking for rare earth and oil, anything we can get. But we feel so stupid. Here's Europe, and it affects Europe. It doesn't really affect us, except we don't like to see two things. Number one, how Biden got us into this thing in the first place. Terrible. But why is it that he didn't ask for equalization? Europe should put up more money than us. But even if you said the same thing, how come we went so far out front? And he didn't know that Europe gets his money back. They did it in the form of a loan. We don't get our money back. We get nothing. So we're getting our money back. We're going to get our money back because it's not fair. It's just not fair.
So he's right. It's not fair. And they had worked out a deal with Zelensky, the Ukrainian president. They had worked out a deal to say that we would get maybe some barter, maybe some access to those rare minerals that Ukraine has. And now there's a back and forth over that. By the way, just yesterday, Zelensky said that he would resign. He would be willing to resign. He stated that. So Donald Trump and CPAC, Conservative Political Action Conference in D.C., and this is his first address to the conservative gathering since the beginning of his second term.
He also talked about designating the drug cartels as terrorist organizations.
Smart.
And just this week, I officially designated bloodthirsty cartels and murderous gangs as foreign terrorist organizations, something which Biden didn't want to do and nobody wanted to do. It's true. The full might and power of the federal government will now be dedicated to eradicating MS-13, Tren de Aragua. That's the Venezuelan prison gangs. These are very nice fellows. The only thing good about them is they make our criminals look like nice people. It's true. Remember when they used to say, people that come in from foreign countries are nice people. These are wonderful people. These are good people. They're not murderers. They're not terrible. These people make us look like babies, okay? You know the Hells Angels? They're among the nicest people on earth when you compare them to these thugs.
He's weaving.
And the Hells Angels actually love our country.
Like, oh, here he goes.
They actually do. But their members and their leaders in the United States will be hunted down I'm talking about MS-13. They're hunting them down. We removed tens of thousands, MS-13, Trendiragua, rooted out, arrested, and expelled from our soil like the savage monsters that they are. We don't have anybody coming up from Argentina. Nobody's coming up from Argentina to facilitate the mass removal of criminal aliens. I also issued an executive order to make available the full capacity and detention. We're going to use Guantanamo Bay. We have a detention facility that's actually massive. Nobody even knew it existed. Holds thousands of prisoners. We never used it.
And he made reference to Argentine President Javier Milei, who he met with at CPAC. And as well, by the way, over the weekend, the president met with the Polish president, Andrzej Duda, amid all the European uncertainty about what's going on with the Russia-Ukraine war. Obviously, that was Saturday. Today, the 3-year commemoration.
Last one here before we have to break for the top of the hour. It's he talks about MSNBC.
Oh, jeez.
Lost their confidence. I watched them. They're really screwed up. I watched this MSNBC, which is a threat to democracy, actually. They're stone cold, but they're stuttering. They're all screwed up. They're all mentally screwed up. They don't know what. Their ratings have gone down the tubes. I don't even talk about CNN. CNN's sort of like, I don't know. They're pathetic, actually. But MSNBC was mean. Their ratings are absolutely down. This Rachel Maddow, what does she have? She's got nothing. Nothing. She took a sabbatical where she worked one day a week. They paid her a lot of money. She gets no ratings. I should go against her in the ratings because I'll tell you, she gets no ratings. All she does is to talk about Trump, 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 Trump. All different subjects, Trump this, Trump that. But these people are really, I mean, they lie. They shouldn't be allowed to lie every night. They are really a vehicle of the Democrat Party. They should be paying. Is that Gordon? Yes, is that Gordon?
He's getting distracted.
That's like me. Like I'm looking over, oh, Dom's here. You know what I mean? It's like,
Dom's in the building, yes.
But that was Trump over the weekend, just kind of, I guess, trolling, you might say, all of what's happening and kind of reveling in his success and the lack thereof of especially the ratings going down with MSNBC. Trump, as I say, set to receive French President Emmanuel Macron today, the first European leader that Trump welcomes to the White House in his second term. And so they're expected to obviously talk about the war in Ukraine, tariffs, all of that. And then 2 p.m. news conference that'll happen during the Dom Show, which is why it's fabulous that we're live and local.
Yeah.
Around the Greg Stalker, thank you.
You're
Greg
welcome.
has a meeting he has to jump into, so it's thank you so much.
My day job.
I know, right?
Starts now.
So thank you. We'll say thank you to Greg. And around the corner, Representative Martina White. You want to hear what she has to say about the district attorney? You're not going to believe what is going on. Stay right there.
Hey, navigation? Take me to KiaCherryHill.com.
Kia of Cherry Hill is celebrating President's Day all month long by offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I loved it. I didn't know what to expect. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but I'll tell you, I'm glad I came. Best ever.
He reinvented himself. It was really good, man.
The music, the singing, you laugh, you tear it up.
That's Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra in Philly sports put to music at the Keswick Theater on Easton Road in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Texting
privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
Wow, you look amazing. What have you been doing?
I'm sure you've heard of Ozempic, Wegovy, and the other GLP-1 medications, right? Well, I found this great company called Zelfie. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe medications like Ozempic and Wegovy and other GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive, all 100% online.
I can get GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% less and do it all online? No doctor's office or pharmacy?
Yes, Zelfie can provide semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less and shipped directly to your door.
How do I get started with Zelfie?
Just send them a text.
Text LINE to 200-300 to get started today with Zelfie. Get the same active ingredients in Wegovy or Ozempic, but for 80 to 90% less and 100% online. Don't wait. Text LINE to 200-300 right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text LINE to 200-300. That's LINE to 200-300. LINE to 200-300.
Make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years and 60,000 homeowners. Kitchen Magic's experts will guide you every step of the way, from free in-home design consultation to top-notch installation. Whether refacing, new cabinetry, or complete makeover, your kitchen transformation is covered with quality American-made products. Your new kitchen will be as functional and enduring as it is beautiful. Right now, enjoy an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The Vatican says the Pope is resting this morning after a 10th night in the hospital. He remains in critical condition. City Council is pressing for more money for its program aimed at ending traffic deaths in Philadelphia. And Conclave wins Best Cast Performance at the SAG Awards.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
The latest headline this morning has to do with Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner being ripped by many people, especially in Philadelphia, after he accepted an endorsement from, yes, a ward leader, a Democrat, but also someone who was convicted of sex offenses against a minor. And it's appalling. So in this one, and even I will say to you, even in the Broad and Liberty op-ed piece here that was written, they even put up a line here in which they say, just giving you a heads up that the story uses graphic language regarding the definition of certain Pennsylvania statutes concerning these types of assaults, a child being ravaged, that sort of thing. And so now they're saying that after the publication, a spokesman from the Krasner campaign had contacted Broad and Liberty challenging this report, issuing a statement. So they're trying to get more information, but Broad and Liberty standing behind the story and standing beside their report. I will say it's the original investigation is by Todd Shepard. He's an award-winning journalist and investigative reporter. And Todd is a straight shooter and somebody, if you've heard me interview him, he's somebody who's very cautious about, making sure that he is fully investigated. He has at least 3 sources on things. And so Todd Shepard is a, highly respected investigative journalist. In this case, he says that a Philadelphia Democrat ward leader with recent felony convictions for crimes, and these are crimes relating to, sexual assault type crimes against a minor under the age of 13, that this person gave a de facto endorsement, if you will, to DA Larry Krasner over the weekend. And this is according to sources as well as a video. So tangible evidence of this, that's the report, and creating, a very unseemly spectacle, as they write at Broad and Liberty, of a district attorney receiving support from, yes, a political leader who was prosecuted by that office, who is someone who has to register by law as a sex offender for the rest of this person's life. And so Broad and Liberty writing here that the developments set off this new wave of unease among many Philadelphia Democrats who have long opposed the former, defense attorney turned prosecutor on the merits, but leaders saying they felt like they should not speak out against him. And so this is the story here. It has to do with 52nd Ward leader Stephen Jones, who's a 79-year-old man, endorsing Krasner by inviting him to a signature gathering breakfast. And so there is a screenshot they've posted to Instagram showing Krasner near that presentation area and Jones to the left and they show him at this event apparently, but the video was originally posted to the account of someone who's no longer appears to be available on social media, but they do post some video or pictorial evidence of this. So this was a situation that dated back to 2023, and Jones was found guilty by a jury just this year for 2 felony counts, but the case dates back to 2023. Unlawful contact with a minor and, quote, sexual offenses, aggravated indecent assault against a child under the age of 13. The jury, and this was a jury trial, also found Jones guilty of 2 related misdemeanors and further indicates the DA's office did not pursue one of the original misdemeanor charges, endangering the welfare of children or the parent or the guardian. Okay. And so in the most serious of the felony charges, defined aggravated indecent assault. And they said that's defined as a person, and here's the graphic part, a person who engages in penetration, however slight, of the, and I'm just going to paraphrase here, the private parts, the genitals or the anus of a child with a part of the person's body for any purpose other than good faith medical, hygienic, or law enforcement procedures. And so that's the definition within the Pennsylvania law that Broad and Liberty goes through. So guilty verdicts came in Jones' second trial on the charges after the first ended in a hung jury. And so the sentencing phase apparently is still to proceed this May, and that's just 2 days after the primary will conclude. So it's a pretty damning report. I don't know how you could get much worse than this. Krasner obviously facing, some tough competition against Judge Dugan, as we've talked a lot about. We don't have comment. I don't see any comment so far with regard to Jones or the Krasner campaign, but the 52nd Ward also endorsed Krasner in his 2021 bid. So we'll continue to follow it. We wait. I think that Representative Martinez, that her team had said that she would call in. I know that she had a meeting, and she's obviously a legislator, and she's very busy. So when she's able, we'll get her comment on this. But I know that Representative Martina White, she had put out on social media just saying that this really is grounds for Krasner to resign immediately, and she called for him to resign immediately. So we'll continue on and get the latest as, whenever she can call in, she will. We had hoped that she could call in right at 11, but that's all right. She's busy. She's working hard. Speaking of that, has your boss ever said to you, hey, I want you to detail for me, your top 5 priorities that you accomplished last week? I'd like you to, write that down, email, give that to us, send that to us. Is that unreasonable for a manager or for anybody within, your workplace to ask you for that? I'll just ask you, 855-839-1210. That is basically what happened with regard to DOJ and the DOJ team, the federal government, asking federal employees in a memo, in the form of a memo, to put in writing 5 accomplishments or how they view, what they view. So it's an open-ended question, but to email that to your supervisor. That was the request. man, did it start a firestorm. Now, earlier this morning, even before we started at 6 a.m., Nick, Greg, and I were all talking. This was like, I don't know, maybe 10 to 6 or quarter to 6, whatever that was. And we joked about it because we said, that's in the private sector. If your manager or your boss gives you that opportunity, I would love that opportunity. Write that memo to me, because I would say, oh, I would love, not just this week, I would love to tell you the 5 accomplishments I did before we started at 6 a.m., which would, be evidence, isn't that tangible evidence, to give me a raise because I'm underpaid. Do you know what I'm saying? I think in the private sector, you would immediately spin that to an opportunity. Yes, let's talk about the job titles and the jobs that I do on a daily basis, even in the first hour of work, and how that has evolved. And yeah, I would love an opportunity to get a raise, right? You would immediately pivot, I think, in any job if you got that kind of a memo. But not in the public sector. In the private sector, yes. In the public sector, not so much. And so this is the whole Doge thing. And so now in the media, they're saying, oh, it's demeaning. They're being told, apparently by if they're union, they're being told by union leadership, don't respond to the memo. My advice is, I think, no matter who you are, if you get that kind of a memo, even if it's a generic memo, I would actually include different managers at different levels and make sure that you make it personal and say, yes, I'm proud of the work I've done, not just in a week. I can tell you the 5 things I did before lunchtime.
Okay, give it to us now. What were the 5 things that you accomplished today?
Today?
Yes.
And this is on the job.
Okay, yeah.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I would say creating original content.
Okay.
I would say before we started at 6 a.m., technically before my shift starts, producing segments. Well, I could go back to, I could say, here is the show prep that on a Sunday, right, that our team was, going back and forth. So here's the evidence of the show prep. I think one of the first email I sent for today was at 1:00 this morning, because I woke up and then saw, I didn't send that to Dan, and that was at 1:00.
Right. Everything just happens all at once. You're waking up at one thing. Wow, I gotta
do this, right? Just to show that you're like living and breathing your job, creating original content, sending elements for show prep. And then I probably couldn't resist sprinkling in the fact that while I'm doing the show prep in the wee hours of the morning before I come here to Odyssey World headquarters, I also did 2 loads of laundry. Even though it's not like my work, I probably couldn't resist to kind of sprinkle that in. But yeah, I would. And then even when somebody calls in sick, we don't miss a beat. We work well together as a team. Where I'm setting up interviews. I would absolutely go through it. And then I would probably sprinkle in that, the event that we did Friday night after working since 4 a.m, not missing a beat, going to a Friday night event. Nick and I, at the Conklin event, I would just sprinkle all of that in. And that's just a few days. I just think that if you are somebody, first of all, that you love your job, or maybe you don't love it so much, but you work hard at your job, I just think the average person would never have a problem just spitting out 20 things you did in a week, let alone 5. That's only 1 a day. And so to me, I just would look at it differently. If you're a federal worker and you got that memo, I would say, talk about how proud you are of your work, how hard you work, the people that you've served, the people that you've helped, the job that you've done. And by no means do I think that the majority of federal workers are wasteful or are not doing a great job. The opposite. I think most federal workers, thank God, are doing a great job and are working very hard. And I would even go to city workers. I would even say in the city of Philadelphia, when I, talk to somebody in the city, whether it's with the water department, I had an issue with our taxes, and had to, call and this and that. They're wonderful. They're great. They're hardworking. I've had people give me their cell number and just say, text me with this if you have so-and-so. So I think most government workers, the vast majority, like their job, appreciate their job, and have to put up with a lot of guff and work very hard. And so this notion that is being portrayed that the government or Elon Musk says, oh, they're a bunch of lazy. I've never heard Elon say that. I've never heard the president say that, ever. Now, conversely, do I think, and you can challenge me, 855-839-1210, but do I think that anywhere in any workplace, is there a just a tiny percentage of workers everywhere that probably they, have some bloating and they need to cut? Absolutely. And that's across the board. And that's famous in America. There are books written about this, right? So do I think that, in fact, we could shave off, a certain percentage of high-paid federal workers? Sure. But the vast majority, I will say, have to put up with a lot, work very hard, do a fantastic job. And if you're that federal worker and you received a memo, please take the opportunity to talk about the hours you work, how hard you work to solve, whatever department you work in, and talk about it. And say, and I would include that you take pride in your work and that you have a lot of appreciation.
Okay, I'll give you my 5 right now.
Okay.
So, first of all, I got here this morning without incident. That's number one.
You mean because you take public transit?
Right. I got here without incident.
So he was not attacked. He was not robbed,
mugged or anything like that. Okay, so that's
slashed.
number one. Number 2 is I sat there, printed out stuff for the Kale show, and I screened some calls, did some editing for the podcast, sat here at 10 o'clock while Greg was running the board, did some more editing.
Calls,
taking calls, doing some editing, and now I'm finishing out the job by doing the Dawn show. And I'm going to grab this call, which hopefully is Martina White. So stand by.
See how easy that is? That's very easy to do. And in fact, it's a celebration of Jimmy Kelly and how hard he works. Pride of Philadelphia, locally educated. And by the way, a gentleman who happens to be legally blind. I guess you could say legally blonde too. But Jimmy Kelly, that's a celebration of his work. So I think it's an opportunity to celebrate your work with your employer. That's my take. I would just take that opportunity for sure. Jimmy Kelly's on the phone. He's a one-man band here because we're a little down. Yes, was it Martina?
It is Martina, so we could take her right after this break, okay?
All right. So we have to take a quick break, pay some bills. On the other side, you're going to hear from Representative Martina White. Stay right there.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Elon Musk. Not necessarily going to align with conservative family values, is he?
The new GOP doesn't care, by the way. It's like they've thrown those family values out the window. I'd have his baby.
God's honest truth, for $22 billion, I'll sleep with Elon Musk. I'll take one for the team.
There's always a price.
I'm comfortable with my sexuality. I will take one for the team. And my wife would sign off on it. She'd go. She said, go stay for a week.
That's right. That's right. Nick had Elon's baby.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
So we've been talking about this Broad and Liberty investigative piece that is saying that they're exposing DA Larry Krasner. We've updated you on the story. And I noticed on social media that locally, our leadership, our Republican caucus chair, member of the House since 2015, this is Representative Martina White from the Northeast, joining me now live to comment on this and get your reaction. Good morning, Representative White.
Hi, good morning.
Great to have you on. I know you're having a busy morning, and so thanks for making a little time for us. What's your reaction to this investigative report by Todd Shepard, Broad and Liberty, where they're saying that, and they have some video evidence, some pictorial, tangible evidence, saying that Krasner accepted this endorsement? Tell me your reaction, if you would.
Yeah, I saw that article as well, and Todd Shepard has done many other investigatory type articles in the past that I've seen, and they're very well done, which is why I was happy to share it and express my concerns, because no elected official, particularly the district attorney of the city of Philadelphia, should be wanting or seeking out an endorsement from a convicted child sexual predator. And I think that is what we've seen from, the Democrat Party, is that, they just don't care. And it's really sad.
Yeah. And you know what? I think in this one, too, the fact that it's so recent, a jury we're only in February here in 2025. So a jury within, let's say, weeks, right, has found this guy guilty of these felony counts involving a child under the age of 13. This is a little child. So, if it were somebody, it'd be bad enough if it was a case like 10 or 20 years ago, but that's not what this is. It's a case that just happened. So there's 0% chance, in my humble opinion, that they say, oh, well, we didn't know. This was somebody who did something and it's horrible, but it was a long time ago. This is a very recent case.
Yeah, and that's what makes it even worse, right? It was prosecuted by Krasner's office, and they're trying to claim they had no idea. Oh, they had no idea that when they went in that it was a Democrat ward leader, one of the most important endorsements that they need to get in the Democrat primary, because it represents like 8% of their Democrat primary voters, which could sway the election. And so Krasner's claiming, I guess, that he didn't know that this guy was a child, basically rapist. And, I think it's disgusting. I think it's foul. And it just goes to show you that Krasner, he prefers criminals. Like, it's no doubt about it. He's a pro-criminal DA. So, of course, that's what he seeks out his support from.
Yeah, I agree with you, Martina. I couldn't help but think about just earlier last hour I interviewed Nancy, the mother of Officer Andrew Duarte, who was killed in York, Pennsylvania at the hospital there. His mom, Nancy, calling in and really just wants her son remembered as a hero. And I think about that, and she referenced the fact that her son just turned 30, her only child, by the way, but that it was important to him to work in law enforcement, even despite the defund the police movement. And I can't help but think about that, here's somebody with Krasner. It seems like, man, he's chomping at the bit, it feels like, to go after people in law enforcement. And yet, here's somebody, this is a horrible, conviction by a jury of abuse and sex assault, penetration of a child, basically 12 or under. I just can't help but make that comparison.
No, my heart goes out to her family and to the officer and all of our law enforcement officers. They went through so much throughout, the riots and looting here in Philadelphia, and Krasner just kind of standing by, letting it all happen, not prosecuting any of those people who the officers were able to capture and catch them. And it persists, right? Krasner, he, it's kind of like they call him Uncle Larry, and they're like, oh, well, if you know the guy, then he's going to look out for you. And you can look at that Leonard Hill case. He shoots somebody in the back of the head and kills them, and it's like what is happening to our justice system when you have a defense attorney who's in charge of prosecuting crimes, and the reality is you have lawlessness and at times anarchy, and right now our city is trying to come and dig out of that mess and try to get more law enforcement officers to join the academy. And we just saw here in Philadelphia, the Philly PD did an amazing job. They apprehended all of these gang members, and there were 31 victims over the course of like a few-year period of time. And our officers were able to catch all these gang members, and now they're finally being held accountable. So law enforcement officers, just thank you for your service out there, you guys and girls. We can't keep our community safe without you, and we need more of you.
Yeah, in a lot of these, and that was the arrests and the gang war involving 3 different groups, 31 victims, 12 young people charged. In any way, and I have to ask the question because we're in a sanctuary city, as far as the 12 young people that they are charged, but is there any evidence that they were recruited or have anything to do with what we're hearing about with with even American citizens who are recruited by those cartels and gangs coming in, or whether or not they're non-citizen kids?
So I don't have specifics on that aspect of that case, of those cases involving the 12 young people who were arrested. But I can say this, that the Democrat Party, they left our border wide open, enabling child and human traffickers. You remember the imagery of Joe Biden sniffing little kids' hair. And, you got the Democrats out of Hollywood that are backing people like Krasner that, did the whole Epstein Island stuff. Ugh. And then you've got Josh Shapiro with his sexual harassment scandal under his watch. And then you keep in mind, right, that Krasner and Shapiro are both backed by the Soros family. So, they're just used to this sorts of behavior, and it's disgusting, and it really needs to stop.
And for you, when you look at the Doge, and right now that's what everybody's talking about, how are we affected by that as we think about in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania, how we're affected by, let's say, threats to pull federal funds or even balancing this budget? You mentioned Shapiro.
Well, I can speak to one of my colleagues from a more rural part of Pennsylvania, where I guess a lot of the illegal immigrants, look, this is very anecdotal. I don't have real proof, but of some of the activity that was transpiring down at the airport here in Philadelphia, where illegal immigrants are being kind of bussed out to different parts of Pennsylvania. But I can tell you that my colleague out in rural PA had brought up to my attention that when Doge cut off the, I guess, Social Security payments to those who are from out of this country and that sort of stuff, that there was an influx of folks coming into the office who are not supposed to be here, that they were asking, oh, can you please reinstate my payments, because they don't have any money now. And you know what? Those are taxpayer dollars that hardworking Americans are giving through their taxes to our federal government, to state government and local government to provide help and support to people, primarily Americans, not individuals who are who have illegally come to our country and are not supposed to be receiving those payments at all. So, I think that it's certainly, it's kind of being done in a more blanketed way. I don't know what my approach would be, but, I guess at some point you just kind of have to, break the systemic problems and move forward and see how you could take corrective action. I think that's what they're doing at the federal level at this point.
Representative Martina White, you've been generous with your time. I hope you come back. I love talking with you. We love hearing from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care.
Yeah, you take care too. And it was last minute too. I contacted her office, and Will was kind enough to set that up. So I don't want to overstep like that, but she's exactly right. And speaking about what happened over the weekend, they're talking about these shooters getting younger and younger. But part of the issue, I will tell you, is that because they're juveniles, many of them, not all, but many of them, we just don't identify. Now, some of them they are actually, and so we're able to know their names. There's a 16-year-old they've named, but it's incredible because, some of these are accused of being involved in homicides, shootings, carjackings, murder. I mean, some of these are very serious crimes. This is not just kids shoplifting candy or something of that nature, but talking about the shooters getting younger and younger and what's going on here in Philadelphia. So we'll keep up with it, and we thank Representative Martina White as well. 855-839-1210. If you'd like to sound off or sound in, whatever we say, thank you for being here today. Really appreciate you on this fast-breaking Monday. We do have some, speaking of which, we have more breaking news. We have Doge news, Elon Musk news. Let me just talk real quick about your home, because when it comes to your home, I know I feel this way. Trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built quite a reputation for transforming kitchens with such precision and care. From the custom cabinets to the countertops, backsplashes, to the all-important storage solutions, Kitchen Magic gets the job done and fast. All their work, by the way, is in-house. This is a local employer, and these are people at the top of their game, okay? In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. You can trust the name your neighbors have been relying on for decades. Kitchen Magic. I want you to get your free in-home consultation. Do this. Just go to kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather sponsored by First Bank.
A milder air mass returns to the Delaware Valley with hints of spring this week without any major storm systems. Sunshine and clouds today, high up around 54. Tonight, partly cloudy, still chilly, low 38. And for Tuesday, partly to mostly cloudy with a high 56.
Ready to drive your business success with a trusted local partner? Count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Yo, Philly, it's Coop, and right now at Verizon, you can get one line for less than you think. Just $50 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than what you spend on Bella's dog walker and Glam Squad every week. Get one line on unlimited welcome for $50 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees at your local Verizon store today. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming and 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Necessity is the mother of invention. How do you think plumbing was invented? I'm thinking someone said, guys, really not digging our current situation. Indoor plumbing. Done. Today, no one understands plumbing like Hutchinson Plumbing. How it works or doesn't work when pipes freeze and burst. Hutchinson's same-day service means our experts will have your plumbing back up in no time. And for times you need extra help like a new water heater, our flexible payment options and great warranties make it easy. Schedule today at hutchcomfort.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. February, American Heart Month. A great time to focus on all aspects of cardiac care, exercising, eating heart-friendly foods, and your dental health. Plaque can lead to bacteria growth, not good for your heart, but it's a great time to schedule an appointment with board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. Like heart disease, dental challenges can strike at any age. Concerns about your oral health? Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949, or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start March 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Free speech lives here with Kale & Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
So yes, Larry Mency will be calling in momentarily. You know, I love all of these, and I always tell you this. I always sign up for anything from the White House, any administration over the years. I've never received so many updates from the White House, where you can go to whitehouse.gov and check them out, but they'll send you, if you sign up for these briefings. So I always get these. So the headline this morning from the White House is Monday Morning Wins Historic U.S. Investment and Border Security. Some of this I may have reported earlier in Kale & Company this morning in the 6 a.m. hour, but one of them, it says, first of all, it says, there's nothing better than starting the week with a pair of major victories for the American people, all made possible by the leadership of President Donald J. Trump. So they're touting Apple's $500 billion investment. That's the latest announcement from Apple CEO Tim Cook, investing the $500 billion in the United States over the next 4 years, that commitment. And that's amid President Trump's tariffs push, they write. The historic venture, which comes following Cook's meeting with President Trump last week, will result in 20,000 new U.S.-based jobs and was immediately hailed as a landmark step in bringing back U.S. manufacturing. So I'm reading this from this White House immediate release, Monday morning. It's a victory lap. I think it's good news. And I told you earlier on Truth Social, Larry Mency is going to try to call in. So I know we've been having some technical issues with our phone. So that's why I'm just giving you the heads up that Lair Bear, and you can call him Lair Bear. Just please do
I'm
that.
not going to do that. No, I'm not going to call him. Hey, Larry Bear, how are you? No, I'll just say, hey, Larry, how are you? That's
Don't stop telling people to call me that. And then we're out somewhere, or the best part is when Larry's out, like the Wawa, that's a good one, or he's getting his oil changed, and they go, hi, Larry Bear. And they get like a smile, He's like, oh, man.
There's Larry now. I will get that.
Thanks, Jimmy. But the other one is that the White House is talking about the fact that there's new reporting that says would-be illegal border crossings and crossers, they've given up, and they're returning to their own countries citing the Trump administration's unprecedented crackdown on illegal immigration. And this included the shutdown of the CBP One app as a driving factor. Remember this when the Biden administration, they were spending money and creating this app so that people coming over or even flying in, would be a little easier. Like, why don't they create an app for all the government services for us first? Do you know what I mean? Think about it, all the governors. Is there an app for every single service regarding, the government serving us, the federal government serving us?
You know what they say, Dawn?
What?
There's an app for that. There's always an app for that. And you know what else?
What?
Larry's on the phone.
Is there a Lair Bear app? Because that's what we need. A Larry Menti or Lair Bear app.
I agree. I
Smart
absolutely agree
husband.
with that. Don't always agree with you, but that I think we're unanimous.
So on this one, this is the latest. They're saying this is the White House press release, obviously, but they said it's a victory for national security after 4 years of open borders. President Trump in the first month back in office, illegal border crossings, the lows not seen in decades, down 94% over last year, while interior arrests are up 134%. Promises made, promises kept. Boom.
Yeah, that's great, although you have to get along with the rest of the media. We don't talk about that anymore. That's one of the successes of Donald Trump. We don't talk about the successes of Donald Trump. You only talk about the failures. So right now, just so you can get on board with everybody else, we have to talk about the constitutional crisis because they're firing too many people and cutting too much waste. That's the story right now.
That's
not the border.
That's a sin that they're cutting waste. We want waste.
Haven't you heard the people crying about losing their job, or not even really losing their job? The threat of losing their job is causing them psychological damage. And how dare they go in there and cut the size of government, like every other company in the world does?
Welcome to everybody else's world.
Yeah, the assumption that when you get a federal job, you have a job for life. And I guess that's been true in the past. I guess I can't fault them, but there came a point. The guy that got me was Elon Musk when he was doing that interview with Sean Hannity, when he said, "Look, this is not sustainable." He said, "If you keep this up, we're not going to have a country. This is not optional anymore. Your debt is way too high, and when you have more debt than you can print money, you're bankrupt. And if the United States goes bankrupt, everybody goes bankrupt." He said, "So I'm not just doing this for the country. I'm doing it for my own self-preservation," because he sees his companies folding too. I mean, we were at a crisis, and cutting the size of government had to happen. It absolutely had to happen. But again, you wouldn't know that from the media.
No, it's so true.
It's cruel and unusual.
But what do you make of so we were talking over the weekend about this, and just the Democrat. It's kind of like when you're cooking the spaghetti and you test the noodle, is it ready, and if it sticks to the cabinet, So basically, they've been trying to figure out something that would stick, and basically, you were saying, and I agree with you that this is what they think. They're holding these town hall meetings so they have the appearance. They provide the photo op, if you will, right, of town hall meetings where quote unquote real people are complaining about things, and then they have
they're planned.
Yeah,
they're all planned. That's not real people.
Yeah.
You've dealt with this for a long time. Yeah. Every Republican congressman will tell you this is out of the Democratic playbook. They send people to cry and to talk about what the cuts and how it's affecting their families, and they're worried about their veterans benefits. I heard that too. Which has been said a million times. We're not cutting veterans benefits. I don't know why that story. I do know why that story keeps playing because the media likes it. We're going to cut Social Security. We're going to cut Medicare. We're going to cut veterans benefits. They have come out and said dozens of times that is never going to happen, and yet it's still played in the media. It's still played at all these town halls, and it's just to scare people and to find, as you just said, to find something that's going to stick, because nothing's been able to stick.
Yeah.
Nothing. They tried the immigration. Remember that? That was early on.
Yeah.
All the people that are going to be rounded up, and then they found out they were just going after criminals, and they went, oh, I guess that one's not going to work. Next. I think they finally found something.
And when you look, I always, you and I do this, Larry, we look at all the headlines. And so when they find one judge in the process of legal challenges, which, by the way, that's everybody's right. They can go through and challenge Doge or whatever they want to. But in this one, man, they love it when a judge blocks any little thing with regard to Elon Musk or Trump.
And these are all Democratic appointed judges.
Yes.
That's why, by the way, when the judges come up, and as a matter of fact, Donald Trump wanted to increase the number of judges because the workload is too big, and the Democrats shot that down. But when the judges come up, remember today, remember what's going on right now. That's why it's that important. Because judges have become so biased, they vote for Democrats or they vote for Republicans, and that's not the way it's supposed to be. Just like the media is either Democrat or Republican. It's not the way it's supposed to be. It's just that the whole world, or the whole country, I should say, I don't know about the rest of the world, but the whole country is Republican or Democrat. We have become so polarized that it's affected everything, including our courts.
Yeah, it's so true. When you look at Doge, Elon Musk, and I know even over the weekend, Doge was, because they have like a meter and they keep track of, they sold this, vacant building that the federal government bought in D.C. It's a boarded up windows. It's racked up more than $24 million. This is just one little example of what Doge found. Boarded up building. They sold it over the weekend for, millions, but as well unloaded it so that we don't get stuck with the $24 million bill to just bring the thing up to code. And so we've been paying for this building for more than 22 years. And and now some developer probably got a deal, even though it was very expensive. They'll turn it into probably housing, which they certainly need in D.C. But you never hear about that, Larry. You never hear about the good of just finding the waste, and then cutting the waste.
Yeah, for a while, for a short while, it seemed like the media was going to get its act together. And I guess it's a slow process because, thank God, Joy Reid was just fired, and Acosta was gone now. And I guess it's a slower process that I'm giving them credit for. But CNN and even MSNBC had said that they were going to try to be a little less biased. And then when you look at the headlines and you look at what's being covered by a president who is working at an unprecedented pace, and by the way, doing everything that he promised he would do, it is mind-blowing that they're still able to find little nitpicky things that they can then attack. I want to say one just thing about Elon Musk, and that is, thank God he walks the earth. The fact that they're villainizing this man, to me, is atrocious.
Yeah.
What's he going to do? In a couple of weeks, he's going to go up and save astronauts. He's working on that Neuralink so the blind can see, and that people with cerebral palsy can get up and walk. This man's a genius, and thank God he's alive. So when he says, hey, we got to fix this, we got to fix the federal budget, we got to fix the size of government, I listen. And I believe he knows what he's talking about. And I think if people would just wait with the criticism and not react to every single person who cries that they may lose their job, you're going to find out that we needed this all along.
Well said. Larry Menti, thank you so much. Drive safe.
Sure. Thank you. See you at home. Bye.
See you at home. Love you, honey. Love you, Larry. And he left. I should have thanked him, but I'll tweet it out. He left the nicest. We have like this, smart board that we'd like write on. So he made coffee because he's up at like 2:30 in the morning. So he put like coffee, love Larry. It was like, aw. So He's batting 1,000 today. Good Monday for Lair Bear, Jimmy. All right, we'll take a quick break. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Hey, it's big. Rob Schmidt recently beat CNN in key ratings as millions are tuning into Newsmax. Every night, Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax revealing the truth about Elon Musk's Doge. Tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern and find out why Rob is the hottest person in cable news. Even President Trump is watching, and he says Newsmax is terrific. Reuters Institute reports that Newsmax is now one of the top news brands in America. Find out why. Just check out Newsmax on your cable system. Get Rob Schmidt with Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and much more. Download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or home TV to start watching. It takes just seconds. With Newsmax Plus, you can watch our great shows anytime. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com and start your free trial. That's NewsmaxPlus.com. Make the switch to Newsmax today.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
Wow, you look amazing. What have you been doing?
I'm sure you've heard of Ozempic, Wegovy, and the other GLP-1 medications, right? Well, I found this great company called Zelfie. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe medications like Ozempic and Wegovy and other GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive, all 100% online.
I can get GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% less and do it all online? No doctor's office or pharmacy?
Yes, Zelfie can provide semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less and shipped directly to your door.
How do I get started with Zelfie?
Just send them a text.
Text LINE to 200-300 to get started today with Zelfie. Get the same active ingredients in Wegovy or Ozempic, but for 80 to 90% less and 100% online. Don't wait. Text LINE to 200-300 right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text LINE to 200-300. That's LINE to 200-300. LINE to 200-300.
Hey, it's Rich. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Of course. That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer, free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
We've talked today about what's going on with today being 3 years since Russia invaded Ukraine. A busy day for Trump, meeting with French President Macron, talking tariffs, talking about the Ukraine war and tariffs with regards to the EU. But as well, President Trump's special envoy to the Middle East on his way back to the region, moving forward on the ceasefire and hostage talks after Israelis experienced just a grueling week. Remember that we had talked about the fact that we had little Ariel Kiefer, their mother, Sherry, and it wasn't the right body. Reportedly now, the family of those, the mommy and her two little redheaded boys, the family can finally have a proper funeral. But this is the latest outrage against Hamas, their propaganda video. It's over the weekend. It's just too much to take. And so we have Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu holding up photos of the slain bee bosses, asking Israeli lawmakers never to forget. So U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio putting out the fact that Hamas's treatment of those hostages, including its brutal murder of the Bibas family, a mommy and her two little kids, a 9-month-old baby, further illustrates their savagery. So we'll continue to follow that one, and certainly many prayers for Pope Francis worldwide, including our area. I saw Dom Giordano come in a little early today. I know he has an incredible Monday show for you. And then, Dom, 2 o'clock, it looks like you're going to be dealing with breaking news with Trump holding that news conference in the 2 o'clock hour.
Well, thanks for putting that on our radar screen. Yes, we will be on that. Brian Kilmeade will be here. Did a big interview with the president. He's one of my favorites.
Yes.
Because I think he, with Trump, nudges him in the right directions. So we'll talk with him about that. And Beth Ann Rossica, the PIAA and these others really are not going forward with the Trump executive order, the school boards. It's time to take away the federal funding, like in Maine. I think we're going to see that battle here.
Dom Giordano Show starts right now.
You have key decisions to make about your money. Most investors don't beat the market, and neither do the hedge funds, who take a share of your profits. What if there was another way? A way for you to keep total control over your money where the interests were aligned. That's what the exclusive crash-proof retirement system is all about.
Mike Bisaccia of Logan Township, New Jersey. You can't follow the market because nobody can predict it. What you have today could be gone tomorrow. That's the way it works, up and down, and your money goes up and down. That's what led me to see if there was another alternative. Crash-proof retirement gave me that alternative. With crash-proof retirement, the money you make is credited to your account, and that money's yours. No ifs, ands, or buts. No fees. We had a high point of 13.5%. Once it's credited, it's your money to keep.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-253-6259. 800-253-6259. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-253-6259.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, we have everything today. We are loaded up. Welcome in. Just one thing to clear, a couple things to clear the decks from Friday. I'm still amazed on Twitter. And I'd love to have you break this down, and I'll tell you what I said about it. I put up on Twitter, look, I respect those who say pay down the deficit, don't get those Doge dollars, etc. And Doge is dominating the news. I'm very glad to see Kash Patel and Pete Hegseth say publicly to their employees, no, you don't have to answer this email from Elon Musk. RFK Jr. said you do. Wow. And there's a fear, I think it's way over the top, that some people might put in sensitive information about the 5 things you did last week. No, I like that Patel and Hegseth are exerting their authority. They're the ones that should be making more recommendations along with Doge. And you can say, well, you know, I like to see these people squirm. I get it. These federal employees, after all the abuses. But writing this down, they both have said, no, you don't have to do that. I'm glad to see they're in charge of their own organization. But this Doge dollars thing, the guy puts up on Twitter, well, I don't know what you don't get about paying down the debt with it. It's kind of like you keep on saying stolen. And I think the guy agrees with me. The money was stolen. Say someone steals your money. They catch the criminal, but he spent it, and they're making restitution. You're only going to get some of that back. Right. We're only going to get 20% back. 80% to paying down the debt. What a joke, allegedly. And the guy goes, well, when you get that money back after all that you've lost, you're telling people they ought to go on vacation with it, splurge, rather than paying down the mortgage. Oh, God. It's amazing. I love this debate because some of the dearest callers, friends, they're on the other side for various reasons, and I am, and I'm just even more, damn the torpedoes, bombs away. Give us that $5,000 or whatever it turns out to be if they don't save $2 trillion. And we're working on bringing you people. Now, suddenly, Dan tells me we may not have the architect of this on. I don't know if he's afraid now that he's under such pressure. He was scheduled for Wednesday. We're going to still continue to try to get him on. Are people coming after him? I just think this is a really interesting test. And I respect that people making arguments about why. But the bottom line argument of Mike Johnson and these guys, you know it and I know it. They're not going to stop spending. They will not stop doing it, even the Republicans, with rare exceptions. So then why do we cling to that somehow or another catastrophe's there? And if we get the $5,000 to Americans to at least get something out of this theft, the world's going to end. They're the ones that continue to end the world. 855-839-1210. Elon Musk making one argument on the email that I've saw that I like. You have significant numbers of people he claims. Now, I'm not sure if this is a backup type of thing, that never checked their email. So that's why it was a test, particularly over the weekend. I mean, producers know they have to check their email. This is that type of job. The federal government, I don't know what the rule is, but don't you think you ought to check your email once or twice over the weekend? But I like Hegseth and Patel saying, no, we're in charge here. We'll make determination about how to filter this out. Phone lines are 855-839-1210. You get a line. So we'll be joined by Brian Kilmeade, who had this back and forth with President Trump. And Pete Hegseth yesterday landed on the argument that he's sticking by. He's saying, why would we say that Russia was the aggressor when we're trying to broker a peace deal? Oh, I don't know, because that's the truth. You know, this idea that you're going to flatter or around the edges, you're going to make Putin demand less is just faulty. I mean, it's faulty. We know that Russia invaded. You know, stop all these other silly arguments. We know how bad Zelensky is. Henry, I didn't see it on the sheet. I guess because it was just translated. Maybe, you know, Zelensky speaking in Ukrainian or whatever the language is. But he said over the weekend with Biden, I didn't think these monies were a loan. I thought they were just a grant. We're giving you the money. And I am completely on board with Trump demanding these so-called rare earth minerals, aluminum and the like, in order to kind of make good on all that we've done for them, a deal that would enhance them, but also we get something back. There's nothing wrong with that. This is Cut 15, though. Here's David Brooks, New York Times alleged conservative who often goes after Trump. Here's his take on Trump demanding that the Ukrainians pay some of this back by cutting us in on aluminum and other things that are in demand. They're going to be enhanced by it, but they should pay us back as best they can. Here's what he said.
What about this idea, and I've heard this from some Trump allies, that it's high time we had an American leader who acted in such a way that effectively forces Europe to take control of their own security, that you could point to Dwight Eisenhower back in the 1950s, who raised concerns about Europe's sort of lackadaisical approach to their own security.
Yeah, that's a valid point. I mean, they haven't been paying it. As long as the Cold War was going on, they didn't have to pay their dues. And so now they have to, because the Cold War is over. So that arrangement was bound to end. But they have upped their spending. The amount of spending that Donald Trump wants Europe to pay as a percentage of GDP, we don't even do that. So it's an act of hypocrisy to say they're totally at the wrong. They're somewhat at the wrong. But that's really not what the core is here. Look at what Donald Trump has been doing to Ukraine over the last week. He sends the Treasury Secretary in there, and he hands him a piece of paper, said, basically hand us over 50% of your mineral rights. That is, I'm making you an offer you can't refuse. Mm-hmm. That is what, in ancient Rome, they would go into a little country and say, give us all your money or we'll kill your women. Like, all right, that was
you stop it right there, Henry. So, yeah, it is an offer they can't. He's not going to get 50%. That's the negotiating. That's the starting point. But he's correct. Ukraine does owe us. But I'm not going to be in the camp. I'm not going to twist myself into a pretzel. Neither is Brian Kilmeade, who did the interview with President Trump, to say, well, why are we continuing to say that maybe Russia wasn't the aggressor here? How can you start off from that? What's the point of doing that? We can go after Zelensky for any number of things correctly without having to say reality is not reality. Today's the day that Ukraine was invaded. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Now, I hate to be right on this one, but over the weekend, people started sending me stuff, and I was checking out through various sources and several sources now saying that your Philadelphia Eagles, as predicted, not only will not go to the White House, but you have potential people here saying the vote was overwhelming. And I wish these people would go on the record with the U.S. Sun and a couple of other publications. Newsweek has stuff up now. People are pretty angry, and they're angry on my Twitter. One star, they said, and I couldn't tell if this person was on the 2017 team or not, saying, we don't forget. What don't you forget? That you had a bunch of millionaires taking a knee, hateful. That's what it's about. It's not about the military or anything else. It's about the cops, and I defend the cops. That's what it's always been about. Cops are not racist. You ingrates don't study anything, know anything. You want to take a knee, there's a penalty for that. We don't like it. Trump didn't like it. He went on to say, we represent a city and a state pushing for equal rights, respects, and values that represent every human being. We won't forget what happened and the criticism we received for taking a stand against racism. All right. Now, again, I wish these people would not be anonymous. I wish the Philadelphia Eagles would tell their fans, tell the city, tell the country, no, we're not going. So how this may play out is we're a few weeks in, as predicted. Trump may not make, he might do one of two things. He may not make the public invite in order not to have them say they reject it. I think he should. We ought to be clear about this. How many times have we been through this? A lot. And the idea that people that tangentially, I guess, represent Philadelphia. Now, I see people saying crazy stuff on social media. Well, this is about the NFL too, so do something to the NFL. The bottom line is you can't. You know it, and I know it. I don't think you really can do anything with Eagles football at this point. I see all these people saying they're not going to watch. They're so disappointed. I don't know why you wouldn't see this coming. Every team in the NFL, with a few exceptions, the Chiefs are one. I'm sure they have some players who wouldn't want to go or go. Sees with this stuff. We're back again to the George Floyd summer. We're back again to all that nonsense about racist cops. I never felt offended they were taking a knee about the military. It's not about that and the national anthem and all that. That quote right there says it. We won't forget what happened and the criticism we received for taking a stand against racism. Really. So who are the racist? The cops. The cops are the racist. All right, Amber, you had a quick comment?
I think they just should have waited till Trump extended the invitation because now it gives Trump the upper hand to throw the Eagles under the bus, and I don't want to see that happen.
Well, they deserve to be thrown on the bus. They don't want to go to the president of the United States. Why wouldn't they be thrown under the bus? You agree? Okay.
I mean, I thought they would. I just thought they'd, if they really wanted to stick it to him, they should have waited till he publicly offered and then been like, no. And now Trump has the upper hand to be like, I would have invited those Eagles to the office had they been, a little nicer to me.
Yeah, but that's the question is whether they ought to go or not.
Sure, I mean they should go, but it's their decision ultimately not to. I don't,
Well, that's true. I just wish they wouldn't be so cowardly behind I don't know how many subterfuges here. Just say it. No. Great number of the players did not want to go to the White House. I mean, that's what some of these sources, it's Newsweek and the U.S. Sun, as predicted, all this idea, Dan 6, I'll wait till he comes back. All this idea that suddenly Trump is cool now, things are different after this election. You heard the one direct quote, we won't forget what happened and the criticism we received for taking a stand against racism. All right, it's hard for me to take a look at professional sports. This is one example. The Sixers with Joel Embiid and all that is another example. It's endless. If you're a fan, with most teams in most situations, of a lot of stuff that you have to overlook and just say, boy, I still love the enjoyment of the game, etc. I'm predicting that Eagles fans with this, a great number of them, people in Philadelphia, will support them. They'll think they're right for standing up to Trump. You got to face reality. Things haven't changed that much from the 2016 election to this election just because Trump won Pennsylvania. It doesn't mean, and did better in Philadelphia, it doesn't mean a lot of people and their love of NFL football, and particularly the Eagles, they would overlook it. It doesn't matter. Is this something that would upset you that much as a fan? I don't think it will. I don't know what the NFL could do that would get people to say, hey, I just can't put up with this. They did it before. They sanctioned people who were calling police officers listening now and across the country racist. That's what that was about. It wasn't about the flag. It wasn't about the military. Stop kidding yourself. It always was about the cops, and the country was racist. So when you do something like that and people still come back to the sport overwhelmingly, the NFL knows what they have. People want NFL football. All right, I'd love to get you in, particularly if you're an Eagles fan. Are you surprised at this? Or are you saying, yeah, I don't like it, but you're right. The product is so overwhelming that people are really not going to reject it. It's almost impossible to reject it. There's nothing bigger in Philadelphia. They've been bigger than any pop culture thing, the phenom that I can think of. And it's even bigger now. So 855-839-1210. You get on board. That, Brian Kilmeade here at 12:30. I think Kilmeade did a very good job interviewing President Trump. I think he's in Trump's corner. But I think he went back to the question, why is it necessary to say that somehow or another Russia didn't invade Ukraine on this day? That's the truth. Well, that'll get in way of the negotiation, is what Pete Hegseth said. Does it? Does it really get in that way? I mean, attacking Zelensky in large measure is on point. Ukraine is corrupt beyond almost any place imaginable. That's on point. But it's also on point to say Putin is a stone-cold killer. 855-839-1210. All right, lines open, top of the show. Brian Kilmeade, 12:30, here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
What is your viewpoint right now, having been a guy that voted for Trump, who then, in some regards, directly or indirectly, just took your employment away?
In terms of being a Trump supporter, I still do agree with a lot of the stuff that he's doing. There's a ton of waste in government. Working at the IRS, I did see waste.
Robert McCabe, thank you so much for coming on and sharing your story. I know it's not easy. Keep us updated as there are developments.
All right, will do.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Do you want a new opportunity with great pay, benefits, and a team that cares? Stockwell Elastomerics, a 106-year-old employee-owned company in Philadelphia, the city of winners, is hiring sales engineers and motivated manufacturing workers, skilled or eager to learn, day or night shifts. Their employee stock ownership program lets you become an owner, not just an employee. At Stockwell Elastomerics, you're not just joining a workplace, you're joining a family. Apply at stockwell.com. Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. Give you the side question in a moment. And Larry Krasner at it again. I'll take you through my weekend, getting a tip on Saturday night about what was going to be dropping about Krasner and a guy who's been convicted of rape, and an endorsement by said ward leader, allegedly. Martina White will be here at 1:30. She's the first public official that's really come forward on this, and I was tracking it with 3 or 4 sources because, you know, again, just because it's Krasner, we're going to be reliable and accurate on this stuff. But, again, we're a few weeks in, right, since the Super Bowl, period of time where you hear about invitations extended in White House, and then it's a timely manner, fitting a team schedule and all that. And this never was an issue. I don't know how many other people ever refused to go to the White House because of a president that was there. So it comes down to this. Is Trump really that much different? You're playing into this type of thing. And this one player, with the quotes with the U.S. Sun, saying, well, we're not going to forget what he said about us. All we did was stand up against racism. No, all you did was kneel down in an unstudied manner against the cops. And or, as far as I can tell, saying that America's racist. I mean, let's just articulate the message. We don't want to be doing so dramatic here with the NFL. What was the message of taking the knee and doing all that? What was the message of that? I told you what the message was to me. And again, I don't think it was anti-military or the anthem, how dare they, and all that. It always was about the cops, and then it sort of morphed into this is a racist country. Really? You want to stand on that hill? Identify yourself. Tell us about that. All right, let's go to Brian in Fairmount. Brian's first in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Brian, afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, Dom. I think it's complete disrespect. 1 month in, trying to start a new leaf, and they're supposedly going to refuse to go there. I want some transparency at the very least. I want the Inquirer, somebody say, what's the vote on this? Is this just Lurie as a dictator making the call by himself? Do the players have a vote? What is the vote? Is it 50-50? Is it 1 against 99? Let's get some
according to the
facts,
information
we
have,
team.
I don't think Lurie would dictate that. The captain, Wayne Johnson, said at one point it'd be a vote of the players. I think it was. And apparently the argument is it was overwhelmingly against.
Wow. I am, lifelong Philadelphian, love the good stuff for the city. But I just think this is so disrespectful. It just really puts me against the team, actually.
It is, particularly the quote. Brian, when you ask for transparency, the quote that I find the most disturbing, direct quote, says the Sun, that we don't forget how we were criticized when we were just standing against racism. And what racism is that? It's the cops. That's who they're going against. That's who they're always going against. I don't think the police should police any of their games. None of the NFL teams that did this. They shouldn't police their games.
All I'm going to say, I think Trump on the next home game of the Eagles should not authorize federal funds for that flyover at the link. I don't think there should be any more federal funds coming to that link with military jets.
Well, that's certainly, that's what he's dealing with the Maine governor. So this isn't a violation of a law, but you're right. This is another direct shot, and particularly the rationale given that Trump was critical of NFL players for standing against racism. Well, what racism? Who's the racist? Thank you, Brian. Thank you very much. I mean, he's right. This is what should be drawn out. I don't think it'll happen. I don't think it's Jeff Lurie. I think it's a vote of the players. And I told you this was going to happen. Trump is not, he's still radioactive in Philadelphia. And these players, you see, the quote was, we don't like the criticism that happened. All we were doing was standing against racism. Well, racism by whom? Racism is not a thing you're standing against. It's racist. Who are the racists? And all that I can remember going back to that, it's incidents involving a cop, so cops. And then it morphed into, well, the country's racist, and that's why we're doing this. We still go through that. I mean, to the best of my knowledge, I don't know if Villanova players come out of the locker room and stand for the national anthem now. This started under Jay Wright. If they do, good for them. But in the past, they stayed in the locker room. This type of antics. Like, who is this? Articulate it. Who's the racist here? Who's doing something to you? Are there racists in America? Of course. They're racist all over the world. Could you be a victim of racism? Yes. We all acknowledge that. But doing this public interruption, yeah, and we've been through this. If you started taking a knee for Second Amendment rights, or you took a knee because you don't like how Trump was persecuted under lawfare, people wouldn't say, oh, you have every right to do that. But if you vaguely say racism, you get away with it. Well, it's not racism. Who's the racist? All right, let me give you the side question. Dr. J turned 75 the other day. I happened to be listening down the hall to WIP, and they were like, wow, it's hard to believe Dr. J is 75. He still looks great. He's still the coolest guy. I've come around to not think of him as necessarily one of the 20 best basketball players ever. He's kind of limited when you really look at it. But as far as electric, there was nothing like him coming down on a fast break. So we're looking for a doctor, real or fictional, in history. I'll take off the board Hippocrates, the Hippocratic Oath. All right, that's a pretty good doctor. And I'll take off the board Jonas Salk.
Of course.
Who I think does not get enough renown. He is a top 10 figure of the last 50 to 70 years, polio vaccine. And a fun one, I watch it often enough, Dr. Richard Kimball.
The Fugitive.
Fugitive, yeah. And
that,
Henry, it wasn't the film. The Fugitive was the biggest show on TV. I think it went on for years until the one-armed man finally appeared in the last episode.
Yeah.
Or something. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Had to get him eventually.
It was huge. What's yours?
I didn't kill my wife. I don't care.
Yes, exactly.
Great line. So, you took some real doctors and one fictional off. I'm going to take off two fictional ones.
Okay.
How about Dr. Henry Walton Jones Jr.? That name sound familiar?
Vaguely, but I don't know.
Yeah, maybe
why.
you know him better by his other name. That would be Indiana Jones.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
that's a great one. Yep.
His full name.
Doctor.
And then the other one I'm going to take, no one's ever seen this person in real life, and that would be Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors it's got.
Right.
No one's ever seen the doctor. Is the doctor in? Who knows?
All right. That is outside the box. Dr. Pepper could have been a possible winner. All right, so think long and hard on that. The Eagles situation, Larry Krasner. Now, you should know this. When we talk to Martina, our buddies at Philly Crime Update, they're unbelievable covering crime in Philadelphia. They say this ward leader, who it's alleged, Todd Shepard's got a big piece up on it, and he's great as an investigative reporter, endorsed Krasner. He will not be sentenced for the rape conviction until May 21st, which is after the primary. And Philly Crime Update says they believe this guy, this ward leader in West Philly, controls or influences about 8% of the total vote in the DA's race. I think they said 59,000 turned out the last time. I think it'll be more this time. But his area was about 8% of that. So you can see he's a key player. 8% is a lot. You want to keep that guy out there working for you. Has the Inquirer reported on this? Have any of the local media? No. Martina White put it up on Twitter. So did Sergeant Mark Facetta. And we'll see what the rest of the media says about it. Do they report on this? All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is push pound 1210. Our buddy Brian Kilmeade coming up from Fox and Friends and a million other things. We'll find out what he's up to in that big interview with the president. We'll take you inside it with him. Hey, February is American Heart Month. It's a great time to focus on all aspects of cardiac care, exercising, eating healthfully, heart-friendly foods, and also being mindful of your dental health. Now, you know that plaque buildup can actually lead to bacteria growth, which sometimes can lead to conditions like endocarditis or arterial sclerosis. So now it's a great time to schedule an appointment with board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz works with hundreds of patients to not only improve their smiles and their confidence, but even more importantly, maximize their oral health, because that's the key to overall health. Heart disease can strike at any age, so can these big dental challenges. So if you have concerns about your oral health, give Dr. Bentz a call, 610-272-6949. Or visit them at bentzdentalgroup.com. That's 610-272-6949. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting rules for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
Wow, you look amazing. What have you been doing?
I'm sure you've heard of Ozempic, Wegovy, and the other GLP-1 medications, right? Well, I found this great company called Zelfie. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe medications like Ozempic and Wegovy and other GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive, all 100% online.
I can get GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% less and do it all online? No doctor's office or pharmacy?
Yes, Zelfie can provide semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less and shipped directly to your door.
How do I get started with Zelfie?
Just send them a text.
Text LINE to 200-300 to get started today with Zelfie. Get the same active ingredients in Wegovy or Ozempic, but for 80 to 90% less and 100% online. Don't wait. Text LINE to 200-300 right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text LINE to 200-300. That's LINE to 200-300. LINE to 200-300.
Hey, it's big. Rob Schmidt recently beat CNN in key ratings as millions are tuning into Newsmax. Every night, Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax revealing the truth about Elon Musk's Doge. Tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern and find out why Rob is the hottest person in cable news. Even President Trump is watching, and he says Newsmax is terrific. Reuters Institute reports that Newsmax is now one of the top news brands in America. Find out why. Just check out Newsmax on your cable system. Get Rob Schmidt with Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and much more. Download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or home TV to start watching. It takes just seconds. With Newsmax Plus, you can watch our great shows anytime. Go to newsmaxplus.com and start your free trial. That's newsmaxplus.com. Make the switch to Newsmax today.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I loved it. I didn't know what to expect. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but I'll tell you, I'm glad I came. Best ever.
He reinvented himself. It was really good, man.
The music, the singing, you laugh, you tear it up.
That's Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra in Philly sports put to music at the Keswick Theater on Easton Road in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
Weather sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
A milder air mass returns to the Delaware Valley with hints of spring this week without any major storm systems. Sunshine and clouds today, high up around 54. Tonight, partly cloudy, still chilly, low 38. And for Tuesday, partly to mostly cloudy with a high 56.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dr. Giordano show. Momentarily, we'll be joined by Brian Kilmeade. I'm looking at a Harris poll I'll ask Kilmeade about. That's really good news for President Trump. 9 points above water, meaning he's above the 50-50 line with how he's doing. More importantly, independents, 45 to 44, support what he's doing. Women, 47 to 45. Wow, women. Hispanics, 50 to 43. That's not so rare. Did very well with Hispanics. Asians, 47 to 46. And suburbanites, 50 to 46. Wow, suburbanites. So this overall surge, and I think particularly unmasking any number of the waste, fraud, and abuse in government is certainly working. You know, whatever the quirks are along the road here, those things are pushing him forward. Now, Brian Kilmeade had this big interview with Trump. I guess it was on Friday, and the sticking point was around saying that, yes, Russia did invade, not the other way around, or not that Ukraine was culpable in that. And they went back and forth quite a bit. And ultimately, I think Trump did say that, sort of. But there were any number of other things they talked about in the interview that were really good. And just wanted to catch up with him on a couple things. He'll be coming up. Sometimes here there's a little disconnect. Here are the phone lines, 855-839-1210. So the Eagles story, and Krasner, the Inquirer has not reported on this yet. I mean, Martina White is a major player in Philadelphia. She's a force in Harrisburg. She'll be here at 1:30. She tweeted out, Todd Shepard's got this report. Are they at least asking Larry Krasner about picking up the endorsement of a guy that his office convicted of rape of a minor, I think a 13-year-old, and he'll be sentenced by this judge, who's usually in the Krasner camp, the day after the primary? That way, this guy, who according to, who was it, Philly Crime Update, who are very good, controls or influences about 8% of the vote in the DA's race. Now, people like Dugan and all that, they're all over it. It's stunning, though. Is that not something you want to report on? You want to give the Krasner side? That's fine. You want to say, hey, it's a judge that put this off till after the primary. But will he renounce the endorsement? And it's not just that he was convicted in the distant past. It's an ongoing thing here that he's involved in the sentencing. I was tipped off on this on Saturday night, sitting there waiting for Roe in a giant supermarket. And the people that did it said, you'll see. So I started checking through other sources. And it took until yesterday before we started to see that, yeah, this is a fact. This is a case that has to be answered for. Will the rest of the media just ask the question on this? And again, they should ask this judge why it's the day after the primary that the sentencing. I'm sure she'll say coincidence. All right, let's go to Michael in Wilmington. He's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Michael, welcome in.
Good morning. Thanks for having me on.
You're welcome.
I have an idea that maybe that Trump and the Eagles fans could come up as winners on this thing, and even your show and Rich's show later on do it. Have the president invite 250 or 200 of the top Eagles fans from Philadelphia to come down to the White House. Have a competition. Send an email, a text, a TikTok video, something that promotes it. Put the fans first.
No, that's not a bad idea. I remember in 2017 there were going to be something like 1,000 fans there, Michael, somewhere at the White House, and right. I don't know. Trump mentioned that when saying how bad it was that the Eagles wouldn't go, but I like that. We'll tell our sources exactly that. Invite Eagles fans; they'll go.
Yeah, load up 5 buses and say you actually get to go in the White House. Have a big thing on the lawn, if weather permitting. Make it, and if some of the players want to show up, that's great. Invite them too. And if they don't want to show up, have the fans there.
What's your sense? My sense is, I predicted this, that things have not changed with professional athletes. particularly the Eagles. You heard some of the statements, and even though Trump did better this time than 2016, it doesn't matter. They're saying we have the power. You want, you know you're going to watch. The NFL has proven this, so we're going to do what we want.
I think there's a lot of overpaid narcissists that it's always a bit rich when people who are making, what, $5, $10, $20, $30 million a year talk about how they're victims of racism, and they're celebrated by hundreds of thousands of millions of people, for playing a sport. And they consider themselves as political commenters. They're performers. We're there to watch them perform. We're watching for athletic prowess and expertise. We're not really there to hear their political opinions. And if you want to snub the White House or snub the rest of the country, fine, you can snub them, but there's plenty of fans. The fans are the ones that really make the team. If you put the Eagles in an empty stadium, it wouldn't be much of a sport. There'd be nothing to watch.
Yeah, I will pass that on. I think that's a really good idea, and I think a lot of people would do that. Michael, thank you. Do you have a doctor?
Dr. J, obviously.
All right. That's his day, so we already have him. Yeah, we'll pass that on to the White House. I think the last time this happened, Trump said something like 1,000 Eagles fans were going to be there. But the direct quote says, we haven't forgotten that. We're being criticized just by speaking out against racism. Stop it already. Just tell me. I don't want to hear about this speaking out about racism. I want to know, who are the racists that you're speaking about? And apparently started with the cops in general and the country. You know, it's a lot easier to be saying all this stuff where you're criticizing us for speaking out against racism. No, we're not. We're criticizing you for using this platform, to attack the cops. That's what you're doing. At least that time, that's what you're doing. And I also resent, I don't think you know a whole lot. I don't think you can articulate this. Let's hear you articulate it. Let's hear you stop saying things about, how could we go there? We represent a city and state pushing for equal rights, respect, and values that respect every human being. Oh, stop it already. Stop it already with Philadelphia. You can't possibly believe that, can you? That's the rationale for not going with Trump, because he doesn't support respect and human respect. Well, you can spell Eagles at least. 855-839-1210 will get you on board. Gary in Newtown here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary, welcome in.
Hi, Dom. How are you?
Good.
I can't agree with you more than you're 1,000% correct with respect to the Eagles. Nothing that they do will never replace us watching them and cheering them on every week. And it's unfortunate. I wish that the previous caller had a great idea, and I wish that they could take a vote of the players, no different than a vote in Congress, and say, which jersey do I want to buy or support or not?
Right. I hear you. Yeah, well, it doesn't surprise me, though, Gary, that this has happened. I would have predicted it. Some of them may be fearful that they believe everybody's against Trump because they're in the bubble, so they'd be afraid to be seen as supporting Trump. And again, how many times do we have to go through this? You're not supporting Trump. It's the office of the presidency.
Agreed. So I will say, my comment with respect to Ukraine is that, Russia is the largest country on the planet with respect to landmass. I think it goes 8, 10, or 12 time zones. It goes from Western Europe all the way to the Pacific Ocean, and it's got China at the bottom. It's got Japan on the east. Mm-hmm. And if you look out over history, that's a lot to cover militarily. So when they put the red line in the sand, as in NATO said we are never going to bring Ukraine into NATO. Okay, no problem. And then it all started with President Clinton asking, and then it ended with Kamala Harris actually saying publicly, we're bringing NATO in. And I'm not disagreeing with you with respect to Putin. He is a cold stone killer, but he is going to reinforce that red line. And unfortunately,
wait a minute, though, but Gary, a couple things. Where's any evidence that NATO is ever attacking anyone? There is none on that. And two, I see this more clearly. This would not have happened. Let's say somebody in the Trump administration said, yeah, they might be in NATO someday. Putin was not going to attack then. And the reason is he had fear of Trump. He had no fear of Biden. That's why he attacked.
Well, I don't want to agree or disagree. I will say that unfortunately, my opinion is that Russia is in a stronger position now than they've ever been, and I would bet that part of their negotiations with Trump is that he will say that we're not going to put NATO in Ukraine. That's my personal belief.
Yeah, it might come down to that. Ultimately, I think it could. Who's your doctor, Gary?
You've had him on many times. He is a brilliant doctor, and he is probably the bane of the people who love abortion. Dr. Ben Carson. That's
a great one. He's not just a great doctor. His hands were inspired by God. There's no other explanation. I don't care what you say. I've interviewed him 1 million times. And it just seems to me no human could do what he did in some of those operations.
Conjoined twins at the head.
Yeah, it was like 23 hours. He's just blessed that he could stay up that long.
Yeah,
oh my
gosh.
Yes, you can't explain it. And in person, he's not this high-octane type of guy where I could see it. No, he's very slow. I mean, that type of thing. Yeah, how's that possible? That's the only thing it tells me. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time doctor, your reaction to the Eagles, your reaction to Krasner. And we're just scouring the countryside. Brian Kilmeade has like 8 jobs. The guy, he truly is the hardest working guy in show business. It's stunning to me. I know he's on a tour, too. But we hope to get him on to talk about his insight with President Trump. And I'll tell you who, if you missed it, at CPAC, who was the choice to be the nominee for the Republican Party in 2028. Yeah, they do it at CPAC over the weekend. They always have to have that poll. And who was in second place? Oh, my God. 855-839-1210.
Get ready. Friday, March 21st. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT presents our 8th annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins. We will be live from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. with special guests, surprises, and fun. Plus, hear stories about how your donations to the Travis Manion Foundation go directly toward empowering veterans and families of the fallen nationwide by training them to become mentors to youth. Find healing and unite communities through service. Listen Friday, March 21st, beginning 6 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Thank you to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. And Hoffman's Exterminating, providing quality service with personalized care for over 35 years.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Imagine taking a shower that never runs out of hot water. Well, here's some good news. Bradford White's Infinity Series GS and GR tankless water heaters deliver endless hot water whenever you need it. They're highly efficient too, saving you energy and money. Like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. How you heat your water matters. Learn more about our Infinity Series tankless water heaters at bradfordwhite.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom time here. So CPAC, yeah, it's gotten really young, very, very, even more conservative over the last 4 or 5 years. They have their annual poll, either who should be the nominee or who's going to be the nominee. And this time, a year like this, way out until 2028. Now, I thought they would vote Trump. I know, constitutionally and the whole thing. But they did not. They said J.D. Vance. I'll come back to Vance in a second. Second place with 14% was Steve Bannon. Oh, my goodness. All right, so back to Vance. Do you remember the moments when people were starting to say, you know, this guy Vance, this is a lot of problem. I think it was around the cat lady time. Could he be a drag on the ticket? But then after what Vance did with Waltz in the vice presidential debate, people were, oh, that's what we were sold. That's what's there. Now, saying that J.D. Vance, though, is the heir to MAGA, in intellectual thought and the way it works and all, I guess, I don't see him, though, as exactly, moving the needle in a Trumpian way. Does that indicate there's no other Trump out there, or anything like that? The style I'm talking about. It's not Vance. So you can see there'll be a drop-off. But at this point, he's the next best thing. Marco Rubio was up there. Somewhat, he's Secretary of State now, and Rubio always could be a contender. So it will be interesting to see how this plays out. Will people say, yeah, we got to continue with the same mindset? Or will you see a shift around this, though? Coming from CPAC, pretty interesting. All right, we may reschedule with Brian Kilmeade. I'm not sure. I know he's a really busy guy, but the interview he did with President Trump was pretty good on a number of fronts. But wanted to ask him, too, about what we've been talking about the last few days, the Doge dollars, and also Elon Musk saying, tell us the 5 things you did last week that justify your job. Now, the claim today from the Musk people, or Musk, is that he was trying to flesh out those that never answer their emails. They're on the rolls, they're being paid, but they're not doing too much. All right. Patel and Hegseth both said, ignore that email. They'll make the determination in defense in the FBI. And we have Kash Patel. I'll play a little bit in the next hour. Very moving opening to what it's like for him, the American dream, to head up the FBI. And I think he and RFK Jr. are going to be where the action is. That's where you're going to see a lot of stuff. All right, we're asking for the all-time doctor. I'm leaving one on the board that I mock by the way that I say it every time it comes up.
Hint. I know exactly.
Yeah, so you may want to go. I'll leave it on the board. Not too much longer, though. There's a lot of great doctors, real or fictional. Either a doctor or a PhD doctor or any kind of doctor or doc, like Doc Rivers. I don't know. He's not much of a Doc Rivers is not operating on me or basketball. I'm not taking any advice. Hey, Doc, what do you think? No, I'm not doing that. Let's go to Chris in South Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Chris.
Hey, good afternoon, Dom.
Afternoon, Chris. What do you have today?
I was split between my doctors, but I had to go with the Doctor Who, specifically the 12th Doctor, before everything got all woke.
I didn't know that Doctor Who. I followed it for a little bit. It went woke in what way?
Well, Disney bought it for one thing.
Okay.
And then, after the 12th Doctor, everything just went sideways.
All right. Doctor Who's a very good one. By the way, over the weekend, Jane Fonda, speaking at the SAG Awards, where I think Kamala Harris looked like she got some award for something that I can't figure out, said that stop downgrading being woke. All being woke means is that you care for people, that you have empathy. That's all being woke means. Oh, isn't that nice? Jane Fonda is just lucky that Americans have short shelf life. I don't even know. So, Henry, what's the first thing that pops in your mind? Not a political position, but associated with Jane Fonda. Anything?
Was she Barbarella, right?
That's pretty good. That's good.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Well, for a lot of people, and this is even past now, she's through her fourth act. It was the exercise stuff. She was the exercise.
I had no idea.
Oh, yeah. But the thing she's really known for, with a lot of people listening now, is she was a traitor during the Vietnam War and actually aimed an anti-aircraft gun, or had it aimed for her, with the Viet Cong at Americans that might be flying over. She didn't actually shoot at them, but it's pretty close to it. And this was at the height of the Vietnam War. Then she became the wife of Ted Turner. Then there was the exercise stuff.
Really?
Now it's the climate. Yeah, she was the first big exercise star, I would say.
Oh, I was more surprised at the Ted Turner stuff.
Oh, yeah, she's married to Ted Turner. Oh. Sure. Oh, she fits right in. Entitlement, the whole thing. Oh, yeah, maniacs. Yeah. I don't think she did. Yeah, I think she did the chop, too. Yes, she was caught doing that.
Ugh.
Now she's a climate activist, apparently. All right, coming up, one of our favorites, Beth Ann Rossiger with this, and this is important that where you are, you're asking people about it. We were told, and the media reported, that the PIAA, they set the athletic rules in Pennsylvania, and others were going to follow Trump's executive order. Can't have boys, can't have men in women's sports. I'll play you on Friday. I thought this was the best of Trump, the back and forth with the governor of Maine, who said, I'll see you in court. We're not going to follow this. So the media reports the PIAA says they are going to follow it. But apparently, just like the NCAA, that's not true. So even though we have an executive order here, much, if not all, of Pennsylvania is saying, no, we're going to continue allowing this to be on the books, boys and girls sports. That's straight ahead with Beth Ann Rossiger on Talk Radio 1210.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't keep putting it off. Ignoring home repairs won't make them go away. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project right now and save you thousands of dollars before it turns into costly structural damage. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Nobody better, my God, week after week, finding stuff that I wish I had before her than Beth Ann Rostica writing at Broad and Liberty. Headline, despite Trump's order, Pennsylvania may continue to allow boys to compete in girls' sports. So first, we found out that the NCAA, and I agree with Riley Gaines on this, that they said they were following the executive order. They're not. The news media reporting that the PIAA in Pennsylvania, keeping men out of women's sports executive order, was going to be followed. Headline, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. PIAA to follow Trump's order barring transgender athletes from girls' sports. Trib Live, PIAA to follow executive order barring transgender student athletes from girls' sports. Jason Saylor, Perkiomen Valley School Board Director, wanted clarification directly from the PIAA. And boy, did he get it. Basically saying no. And we had Greg Rothman on, who's a new GOP. We'll have to get him on again. He said his understanding, he's on the board. Yes, we are going to follow it. How about these school boards? Before we go to Beth Ann, here is the governor of Maine in this shootout with President Trump And I think this was the best of Trump. But, I give kudos to Governor of Maine. Over the weekend on Twitter, it surfaced her performing at a drag show for some reason to support it. Here's the governor of Maine with President Trump over this executive order.
The NCAA has complied immediately, by the way. That's good. But I understand Maine. Is Maine here, the governor of Maine? Well, are you not going to comply with it? I'm complying with state and federal laws. We are the federal law. Well, you better do it. You better do it because you're not going to get any federal funding at all if you don't. And by the way, your population, even though it's somewhat liberal, although I did very well there, your population doesn't want men playing in women's sports. So you better comply because otherwise you're not getting any federal funding. See you in court. Every state, good. I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be a real easy one.
That's the best of Trump. I give credit to the governor. It was a great back and forth.
Yeah.
I'll see you in court. Yeah, well, I'll see you in court.
That should be an easy one.
That should be an easy one. Yeah. I was hoping she had another line to keep this going. Let's go to Beth Ann Rossiga. Hey, Beth Ann, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, Dom. Always great to be here. Thanks.
Well, again, I salute this guy over in Perkiomen Valley. I thought the PIAA now, based upon Greg Rothman on my show, Beth Ann, was locked up. And then we duke it out with the school boards, and we know Central Bucks and the others were going to go through ferocious battles. Your piece and his commentary seems to indicate that the governing body over sports is not following this order.
Well, it is an interesting situation because, yes, clearly Jason Saylor reached out to me and said that he had gotten this information from PIAA, and to me, it was just very disingenuous what PIAA said to the press. Now, an interesting update since my article came out last week. After that, the PIAA met, their board met, and they did make an adjustment to their policies, but I still don't think that their adjustment is sufficient enough to keep boys out of girls' sports. So basically what the policy used to read that I wrote about was that if there was a question about a student's gender,
right,
then the principal of the school could decide where they compete.
Yeah,
so
and let's stop right there,
okay,
Beth Ann. I've always asked, what was the mechanism? Is the principal going to be looking at genitals, have the nurse do it?
No, of course not. Of course not. It's based on, this is what I think I am, and this is what I want to be.
Right,
and I think depending on, where the principal comes down on the issue, they're going to say, okay, because they're probably afraid of a lawsuit. And I'll come back to this issue later on because the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission is really the one, in my opinion, driving everything that's happening, even with PIAA. But let me come back for a moment, back to PIAA. So they've now changed the language in their policy. They changed the word gender to sex. So it reads, where a student's sex is questioned or uncertain, the decision of the school, not the principal, as to the student's sex will be accepted by PIAA.
Oh, God.
And then it says, furthermore, in accordance with the presidential executive order entitled Keeping Men Out of Women's Sports, schools are required to consult with their school solicitors relative to compliance with the order. That's what they're saying.
My
so
goodness, these weasels.
Right.
Yeah.
It's complete garbage, Dom, because they're not saying, here's the sentence that it needs to be. Boys cannot compete in women's sports. That is what it needs to say. And they continue to wordsmith, they continue to play around, and they don't even mention that the first day in office, President Trump signed another executive order that said that there are two biological gender or sexes, and that's it. There are two sexes. So for the PIAA to use this language to say student sex, knowing that there's an executive order that defines sex as biological, male or female, it's completely disingenuous. And I will tell you that I have been made aware, I have not been able to verify this, so that full disclosure, but this is what I'm hearing, that there are two biological boys in southeastern Pennsylvania who are competing at the state winter track and field events as girls. They are competing in the girls category.
Unbelievable. And when is that event, Beth Ann?
That event is this coming Sunday. It's this coming Sunday, March 2nd, up at State College.
And let's
And
let me just go
Go
through
ahead, I'm
this
sorry.
for a second. Thank you for unveiling that. They try to make it the other side. You've experienced this, so have I, that we're against pickup games of boys and girls in grade school. This is at the highest level. This is at a state championship level. And young women, thank God, have almost the same ability. Sometimes they don't to go forward in sports quite the same way as boys. This is a big shot for a female athlete at the state level.
No question, Dom, and that's what really is upsetting to me about all of this is that we're denying young girls the opportunities to be seen by recruiters, to get college scholarships. For some of them, it might be the only way that they can afford to go to college. It's absolutely unequivocally wrong. And the fact that more people in this state are not standing up and screaming and yelling about this issue is simply appalling to me.
Well, the reason is because people like the Philadelphia Inquirer don't report it. You're one of the few. I didn't even have this, that two of them are going to be in the state level. People think the president has said it, and now it's going to be followed. And here I thought, and I'll get Greg Rothman back on. He's the chair of the GOP. He on my show said, PIAA, Dom, I want you to know the board. Now, I'm not criticizing him. God knows what goes on there. But if, for listeners, if the PIAA can't straight up say we're following the law as President Trump announced, then the school boards have another out. They're not going to comply.
No, and they're not. And let me get back to this issue with the PHRC, the Pennsylvania
Right.
Human Relations Commission. So this is the agency that I believe is fundamentally responsible for all of this going on in Pennsylvania. They issued a regulation in 2023 in advance of what Biden said was coming out with the new Title IX requirements, expanding the definition of gender to include gender identity. So they changed their regulations to say that gender also includes gender identity. So every school district that I have heard from has said to me that they're required to follow the PHRC rules. So under those regulations, they're going to recognize gender identity as a protected class of gender. And if a kid says my gender identity is this, then you can run or compete in that category. So until those regs are changed, none of this is going away.
Yeah, and again, well, tell me, how does the Pennsylvania Human Relations, which says a lot of stuff, and they'll come after you, but they're not lawmakers. How does that supersede an executive order?
Well, I mean, I've reached out to them for comment, and you see in my article, they basically say, regardless of federal laws in the state of Pennsylvania, we have protections for people under gender identity. So they're just flat out saying, like, we basically don't care. We don't care what President Trump says. We don't care what the executive order is. And I believe that they're just waiting for a lawsuit to come to try to sort all of this stuff out.
How difficult is it? Now, we saw this shootout with the president and Maine. And again, it's easy to say it. It takes a lot to follow through on it, though. Somebody's got to have their federal money taken away at some point as an example.
Absolutely.
And how hard is it to do that? I mean, we have tons of lawyers. We have the executive order. We have all that. Even if it's a minuscule amount, and in many cases it's not, act on it. Take it away. That ought to be job one. Otherwise, we're still going to go through this.
No, I agree. And I've reached out to some people to try to get the information to the White House and to other organizations that are working on this issue nationally so that we can, put a big spotlight on Pennsylvania to say, this is not good enough. We need a rule in PIAA that unequivocally says boys cannot compete in women's sports. End of story. The PHRC regulations need to be overturned. And I believe that our legislature needs to be on this. I said that in the article. Our senators and our state reps should be working actively to change, to put into law regulations that say gender or sex does not include gender identity.
Well,
that's all that they
right.
need to do.
And you're more of a journalist, although you're opinionated, certainly within the bounds. I'm a big,
well, I am a hybrid.
I am a bloviator, no hybrid here.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say this. If I'm in the White House, I'm always looking toward our buddy Josh Shapiro. What is he going to do? What he's doing right now, he's hoping that somehow or another the House will have another roof leak and he won't have to act on the Fairness in Women's Sports Act that these women have put together, and he'll get out of it. Because whichever way he goes, I think could be very, very damaging. If he vetoes it, we know that he will out himself as the fake moderate that he is. If he doesn't veto it, well, then he's going to have trouble with the left.
No question there. But when you look at what this issue polls on, 70% of people don't think that boys should be able to compete in girls' sports. This really and truly should not be a bipartisan, partisan issue. I mean, most normal people think this. And so if he was smart and if he really has those political aspirations, he would be a fool to veto this because most people are on the right side.
I would agree, but the loud voices on the other, even vote counters like this guy, Beth Ann, and that's the genius of Trump. He's taking these 80-20 issues. The 20% are loud on the progressive side, and they feel they have to at least pretend to stick with it. My bet is that he would veto it as much as you're right.
I agree. No, I do agree with you. I said he would be smart to sign it, but I agree with you. I was on the show a couple weeks ago. We talked about this. I mean, he's all over. He was all over Twitter that trans women are women. Pass it on.
Right.
I mean, he has stood steadfastly by this position. So I think it's going to be very difficult for him to flip flop on it.
Where do we find this piece in all your work, Beth Ann, and Twitter?
Yeah, so I'm not personally on Twitter. Sorry, Dom, but Broad and Liberty is. So if you go to Broad and Liberty is on Twitter, and then broadandliberty.com is the website where all of my articles and all my work is.
Great stuff, Beth Ann. Nobody could do it better. It is just wonderful stuff. Thank you, Beth Ann.
Well, thank you. Have a great day. Take care. Bye-bye.
Beth Ann Rossica reporting now. Here's a nugget from that. Imagine at this level, we finally get females to the level of competition, other than basketball with the WNBA, but enough of that, where they have these high level of sports. And I'm going to try to find out what sports this is happening in. And then girls, let's say it's shot put or something, who knows, or even a distance run. If it's a mediocre male or slightly above mediocre in the rankings for males, we've seen what happens. Usually they'll beat the female. And this isn't at some, who saw this high school. This is at the state winter sports level. It's something these athletes gear themselves up for. And we've been through this how many times? The wonders of athletics for females, leadership, better in school, all the things that are proven around this. Why in the world are you defiant on this? Because they're going to be. So is it an idle threat? We're going to take away the federal funding of Maine. I would make that job one. Put your best people on it. Stephen Miller, great attorney. Wally Zimmerlong, put them on it. I don't care if it's $1 you take away to start with. Take it away for once. Just don't tell them you're going to do it. Take the money away. Take every dollar that you can away. Do it to Philadelphia. Do it to Central Bucks. Do it to every single one of them. And keep doing it. Let's see what they tell their constituents when they're losing that money. They're paying legal fees. Now, Martina White's going to be here because she's really the first elected official at 1:30 to weigh in on Twitter about Larry Krasner and this ward leader out in West Philadelphia, according to news accounts and arrest records and conviction of rape of a 13-year-old, I believe, allegedly, is endorsing Krasner. Krasner accepts. Even though he has to know, he has that case in front of him, and the sentencing will be the day after the primary. But Martina White is a former college athlete and very much a force in the Fairness in Women's Sports Act in Pennsylvania. So I'll ask her about this, see if she's aware of this, and shine the spotlight on it. We don't want males, particularly at the state level. And you could say, as we just did with Beth Ann, Dom, why would they continue to do this? Well, Kamala Harris renounced her position on fracking. And she was allowed to, by the left, to win, to do that. She renounced it on a number of things. There was one area that we know of that was big that she did not renounce. And that was this whole issue. Why? They're scared to death to the left on this. And you could say, well, they shouldn't be 80%, 75%. But in their party, the mob, they're afraid, and they're pretty good calculators like Josh Shapiro. They will take you down. You know, with his news flash, they're women. They say they're women, they're women. That's all you need to know. God almighty. All right. He will veto that if it comes to him. And then maybe all this moderate Josh Shapiro stuff will come out so that people see what we're really dealing with in Pennsylvania. By the way, he is the leading candidate according to every Democrat insider that I can read or know or talk with. They think he'll be the nominee in 2028. All right, more calls coming. Hit us with it, doctor. We might have one of the real contenders. I'm glad I didn't say it. It's one of our regulars with it. Hit us with your all-time doctor in honor of the great Dr. J. Dr. J might be the greatest theatrical player, but not in my top 20 of anybody. Henry, is he in your top 20 ever?
Top 20 ever. Oh, man.
He's not.
No, I don't think
Can't
he
shoot
is.
the ball.
Yeah. That's what it comes down to, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. So how was he able to score so many points, et cetera? Because of his hands and his jumping ability and his theatrics were second to, we've never seen anything like that.
Totally. And I'm being the one guy in the 80s that actually won a championship that wasn't the Celtics or the Lakers also helps.
Well, it was Moses Malone.
That's
Never try to block Moses Malone out. First of all, he's relentless. Second of all, the sweat.
Yeah.
It's a natural thing. If I were playing, whoa, wait a minute, got to talon down every 5 minutes. That's the rule. Yeah.
Those were the worst people to guard because it's like, dude, you're sliding right off.
Oh my God, yeah. He didn't cheat. It was just natural sweat.
Oh yeah, no, I know.
He did apparently wear his basketball full uniform to go see a movie. For no 855.
Want to be noticed, I guess.
Yeah, 855. Isn't that Moses Malone? 855. Let me see the sweat. Okay, it is. 855-839-1210.
Get ready. Friday, March 21st. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT presents our 8th annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins. We will be live from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. with special guests, surprises, and fun. Plus, hear stories about how your donations to the Travis Manion Foundation go directly toward empowering veterans and families of the fallen nationwide by training them to become mentors to youth, find healing, and unite communities through service. Listen Friday, March 21st, beginning 6 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Thank you to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, Emmons Roofing, Windows and Solar, online at emmonsroofing.com. Oliver Heating and Cooling. Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-668-6655. That's 800-668-6655. Again, that's 800-668-6655.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
All right, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. Dan Bongino to be the deputy director of the FBI. I was kind of surprised. I thought he wanted to be the head of Secret Service, but Kash Patel and Bongino there, that is dynamic stuff, to put it mildly. That's big-time stuff. Expect a lot from the FBI. That's where the action's going to be. Let's go to Ralph in Langhorne. Hey, Ralph, good afternoon.
Yes, how you doing?
Good, Ralph.
Don, I listen to your show all the time.
Thank you, Ralph.
I love your show. I voted for Donald Trump. I went to his rallies in Jersey. I wore a mask. But this is affecting my family now, and I don't know how they can't say nothing. They work for the IRS, right? My wife's got 33 years there. She needs 14 months for retirement, and they want to fire her. She works her ass off. My son works there. My daughter-in-law works there, and they want to kick them out. That's what my son. They work their ass. What about the American people? I love Donald Trump, and I love what they did, and I hate the Democrats. They hurt our country. I'm just saying. What about the people at the IRS? That's their careers, and they're just throwing them out on the street.
Well,
my
wait a minute, Ralph.
With me.
Did they definitively give them notice? And if so, what's the reason? What's the reason?
They gave them a notice, and they got to see what they did yesterday or last week. My wife's been through 15 different jobs in 34 years there, 33. She needs 14 months for retirement. I'm not worried about that. I'm more worried about my kids. They both work there. They can't afford the mortgage.
Right.
They're out on the streets. These are American people.
Yeah, but
And
Ralph,
I believe Donald Trump.
okay, what about the argument, though, with your sons, with your wife, it's a little bit different, that they just don't need that many people. They're cutting back across the federal government.
I do believe in that because I don't think there's a few people that I know. I know how hard my son and my wife works. And it's just a crying shame that, anxiety. My wife is taking pills. My son's in the hospital. He's so upset that these are people and United States citizens that work and do. I just don't get it. Don't anybody have any compassion? I know it's the IRS. Everybody talks evil of them. But I know how hard they work.
All right, well, Ralph,
saying.
I hear you. I'm glad you were able to voice it, Frank. I'll let people have a reaction to it. Now, look, before you jump in here, it's an easy thing to say seminar caller and all that. I didn't hear that from him. I don't think Henry did. That's why we put him on. That didn't seem to me to be made up. And again, I told you the Harris poll that's out there, what Trump is doing, some of this Doge stuff is wildly popular. Now, did Elon Musk go too far with the email over the weekend? Some people cheering it on, but Hegseth and Patel said no. They'll make the determination about people in their departments. They told him you don't have to answer that email. So each circumstance is different. Do we have too many people at the IRS? That's, all those new agents that were hired. As far as Ralph's wife, that seems to be a different category. Again, there has not been, with something this big, as many stories as what Ralph just said. But we can hear your reaction to it. 855-839-1210. I don't know the basics of it. I take him at his word, how he feels about it. And these things are difficult. And there will be some, what should we say, some people that are swept up in this despite a good work record. All right, let's go to Robert in Ben Salem on Talk Radio 1210. Robert, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom. Dan, it's good to talk to you guys
Same
today.
here.
I just wish that I had heard this much anecdotal evidence when 5 million people were fired for not taking the vax and tens of millions of Americans were crushed by Joe Biden's inflation. Nobody says a word. Now we got all these complaints coming up. I'm not saying I don't believe the guy, but I think that we need to do what's right for the country, and we can't be hampered down by these individual anecdotes about tragedy and misery. It happens all the time. People lose their jobs all the time. We need to cut the government. I'm sorry if there's going to be people who might be unfairly taken from their jobs because of all this, but hey, listen to Jen Psaki. Learn how to code, because that's all they had to say to us when we were losing our jobs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the only thing I would say on that, though, is I would like to see this drilled down more. I think there's some worthy people there. I take your point about COVID. That's the media, but between us, that seemed like a legit call to me, and particularly with his wife. I think when you're doing something this vast and sweeping it up like this, you got to also be careful around the edges of some people who should not be crushed by this.
Well, and you also can't make necessary macro decisions while being hampered down by micro stories. That's all I'm saying. It needs to be done. I think they could do it a better way, but...
Well, right. I'm not a fan of some of the Musk stuff. I'm a fan of the general thrust, but I think we have to have somebody at the micro level, too, taking a look at this. That doesn't stop that the IRS, obviously, the 87,000 agents, whatever, obviously, they're a place to start. Big time.
I think that we need to admit sometimes when our president isn't right. And I don't think he was right in how he characterized the start of the Ukrainian war. Okay? I don't. We have to say when we think he's wrong sometimes, because nobody's right all the time, right? But I think that he's got eyes on other things, Dom, because there's other things at play here with Russia besides the Ukrainian war. What if what he's doing results in tearing Russia away from that BRICS effort? What if he puts a wedge between them and China? I mean, there's a lot of things to look at here, but we can still say you shouldn't have said Ukraine started the war.
Right. There's no advantage to it. Going after Zelensky and all is perfectly appropriate, and I agree with him demanding the rare earth deal here to make up for some of the stuff that we've lost here. But this idea that you can flatter Putin or do something, Putin's going to react, and what is in his interest, and what does he fear from Trump? Trump has the fear factor on him. He doesn't have to butter him up in any way, shape, or form.
And he could have been more ambiguous about the start of the war instead of just pinning on Ukraine. But I think it would be a great move if he had a lottery and had Eagles fans at the White House to celebrate the Super Bowl win. The team don't want to show up. The fans will.
Well, that's
go around them again.
Yeah, that's what we're going to pass on to them, Robert. Let's see if they react. I think that's a great way to send a message on this. Who's your doctor?
My doctor is somebody who, although he was a dentist, he was called a doc, but on his side gig was killing people, and that would be Doc Holliday.
Before you go, the actor who played Doc Holliday, that's the one guy that Cher said left her rather than she leaving them.
Right. I'm sorry. Who was that again?
Val Kilmer.
Yeah, Val Kilmer. I like Dennis Quaid better, but that's just me.
All right. It's not Dennis Quaid, though. It's Kurt Russell.
He's been depicted too many times now. I don't know.
The Tombstone's a big one.
Kurt Russell, and that's Wyatt Earp.
Yes, he's Wyatt Earp, and Val Kilmer's Doc Holliday.
Yeah.
I like Kurt Russell in that.
I
really
think that movie rocks.
Yeah.
That's a great one.
All right, Martina White, Representative Martina White with us. A lot to unpack with her, including this Krasner story, but I want to ask about the Fairness in Women's Sports Act. That's all straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121.
Hey, it's Rich. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Of course. That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer, free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State basketball this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof game plan.
Weather sponsored by Robert Half.
A milder air mass returns to the Delaware Valley with hints of spring this week without any major storm systems. Sunshine and clouds today, high up around 54. Tonight, partly cloudy, still chilly, low 38. And for Tuesday, partly to mostly cloudy with a high 56.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, one of the all-time great guests that we can bring you both here in Philadelphia and in Harrisburg, representative from Northeast Philadelphia, Martina White. Martina, welcome back. It seems like 100 years. Glad to have you today.
Hey, Dom. Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Well, I want to
talk with you.
Yeah, I want to get to the women in sports thing. We just heard stuff about the PIAA that you are the expert on. But let's start with Krasner. I'm minding my own business. I'm in a giant supermarket waiting for my wife to come in. I get a call from a highly placed source saying, here's what's happening with Krasner, all the allegations we've heard today. And then I see Sergeant Mark Facetta, and then I see Martina White, and now I breathe easy and think my search, to be fair and to document this, is pretty much over once, with your sources and your integrity, that you're out there placing some of this on Twitter. So what exactly, Martina, is the pushback on Krasner over this ward leader in West Philly?
Yeah, we all know that the DA is just pro-criminal, and the idea that he went to the 52nd ward, sought out the endorsement from them because obviously he needs their support, right? He's running in a Democrat primary, and I think it's like 8% or something that are from the 52nd ward that are Dem primary voters. So right. He needed this guy's support who wound up being convicted of, it's called aggravated indecent assault, so of a child. And, I think that the idea that the district attorney now is claiming that, he didn't know that guy was going to be there, and that he didn't know that the circumstances around the crimes that he committed, it's just classic progressive DA Krasner, excuses and, inappropriate behavior as far as I'm concerned.
Well, the indictment, too, is the media. If they want to get Krasner's side of it, whatever that is, The Inquirer still has not covered it. I think it's a news story when you see this. And particularly, there are two factors here, Martina. 8% of the vote this guy influences. He's a powerhouse, apparently, there. That's what I'm told. And the other point on all this with Krasner, it just plays into his disregard with his taxes on his buildings and everything else.
Yeah, he's all about putting his political career before worrying about anything that has to do with morals or, making sure things are complied with under the law. So, to me, it's just not unusual. And I've said this before, but like the progressives and what has just become of the Democrat Party, these are the people who left the border wide open. They enabled children and human traffickers to come across the border. You've got Joe Biden sniffing little kids' hair. You got the Democrats out of Hollywood. They're backing with the whole Epstein Island issue. And then you got Josh Shapiro with his sexual harassment scandal. And then, these guys are both, Shapiro and Krasner are both backed by George Soros's family. So, they have the same mentality, and I just think it's disgusting and it's got to stop. I'm tired of hearing the stories about Krasner and all the things that he either did or didn't do correctly, and I think it's just time for him to go.
Well, to that point, too, it seems, look, and I try to take my emotion out of this, and I know you do too, and look at this in political reality. It seems to me, though, having Dugan on a couple of times, he's a great central casting to run against Krasner. The building trade's behind him. Somebody told me over the weekend they think the black clergy might split their vote here, et cetera. It seems like this is a real shot this time around, not just look at how bad Krasner is and then he wins.
Yeah, I think that, look, I know Judge Dugan just from, visiting the Veterans Court to see what the experience is for the people who are in that, who go through that process. And I think that he's got a real shot to win this race on the Democrat primary side. And that, I think, the fact that he was outspoken about this issue and others when it comes to Krasner is a good thing. We need more accountability. We need to make sure that, Krasner's done and is no longer our DA here in Philly.
How about on the Republican side? Are there any, I don't know of any names, who would run on the Republican side for DA? Have you heard internally anybody that's wanting to do this?
So I talk with the party periodically, well, pretty frequently actually, but I don't think that they've come up with anybody. I know they've done a strong search and tried to do digital ads and other things to recruit, but it is very difficult. There's no doubt about it. We saw what happened with well-funded candidates in the past. This is no easy feat for anyone who runs for public office in the city of Philadelphia, but in particular when you're going up against Krasner, who's backed, like I said, by a multi-billionaire, George Soros, direct funding. I mean, it's certainly not an easy thing. It's an uphill battle, and that's why so many Philadelphians have to step up during this election cycle and vote him out.
Let's talk about the Fairness in Women's Sports Act, which, I've heard about your background and some of these other women we've had on. And to me, as you know, I had 5 sisters who all played sports. And I saw the things it did, that they were just coming up in it. You were in the mid-wave, I guess. We had on Beth Ann Rossica, writing at Broad and Liberty, who says that the PIAA, Martina, still has not just said they're behind what Trump has said vis-a-vis executive order. And she told us she has reports of 2 males who will be competing against females at the winter state events. I didn't get the events yet. We'll see if we can get that. And for somebody who played at a very competitive level, I don't know if you've ever played at the state level or not. I remember when I was teaching high school and the one team at the school went to the state level for baseball. It was like the biggest thing in the world.
Yeah, it is a really big deal. I participated once for soccer going out to the PIAAs, and it's an amazing experience. And to have so many individuals who get to compete in a fair way, I mean, that's the whole point of it, is fair competition. And to not have the Fairness in Women's Sports Act in place here in Pennsylvania is going to now allow for that type of, unfair competition to take place in a few weeks, I guess, and according to what I guess the woman had said.
So, Martina, how does that bill stand? It seems to me pretty obviously it would pass in the Senate, but what happens in the House? Can you even get it? Because the last time it did pass and Wolf vetoed it, and then we get to Shapiro, I think he would veto too, but maybe not. So where does it stand?
So right now it has been reintroduced in the House, and it's my understanding it will very likely, so Barb Gleim is one of the key leaders on this bill. And the other members that are on it with her, including myself, are prime co-sponsors of it in the House. But it's my understanding that it's going to come over from the Senate, and it's being introduced again this session in order for us to get it over the finish line and up to Governor Shapiro's desk. It's going to be difficult, but there are different rules in place now that weren't available to the House Republicans that we now might be able to use in order to get it to be run on the House floor, whereas the Democrat leader right now probably wouldn't run it. So, we're very hopeful, but we'd like to see it come over from the Senate. And then as soon as we can get it run in the House, it'll go straight to the governor, and hopefully he'll sign it. But you're probably right, Dom. I mean, Josh Shapiro, I don't think he's reversed Governor Wolf's mandate that they have the transgender bathrooms out in Harrisburg, like in the Capitol building. So we're just like stuck between a rock and a hard place with this governor, because he makes promises and doesn't keep them, and then says he's for one thing and then changes his mind the next day. And so we'll see what he does with it if we can get it to him.
Well, that's good news with new rules. Here's what I'm taking from it. If it comes up to a vote, the last time, and I know a couple of representatives who Democrats who I think would vote for it, it would be bipartisan, even if it's 5 or 7 Democrats. I think he vetoes it, and I know that's difficult because you still don't get it passed probably, but in the governor's race coming up and nationally, this is a killer. Whatever is in his head and the bubble they're in, it's an 80-20 with people.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is definitely an issue that parents and young women all across the Commonwealth want to see addressed. And it's certainly an 80-20 issue, and we can get it done. It's just a matter of getting it up for a vote, and then I think the votes are going to be there. It's just a matter of actually being able to vote the bill in the House.
Martina, what's next for you? What's the next big thing in Harrisburg? What should we be looking for?
Oh, boy, Dom, there is so much coming down the pipeline. I would say one thing that a few things that I'm focused on. We're still pursuing school choice advocacy, so making sure that kids get access to scholarships so they can go to school that works best for their educational needs. And then also to that end, look, there's going to be some really big energy policy, I think, being proposed by the House Republicans and senators alike, because families are currently in crisis mode. I mean, they're trying to afford their child care. They can't get back to work to make more income. You need a 2-parent household to even have, make a decent living out there working. And so they're trying to afford stuff. And then energy is a major cost too. So I suspect we're going to see increases in costs, even with what Josh Shapiro was doing, suing PJM and all this stuff. And I can go into detail at another time. But, our energy bills are supposed to go up like $15 a household come the end of June because of basically the governor having this Reggie illegal tax proposal floating out there, and it's disincentivizing big companies to come in and invest in our state and help us lower energy costs. So we have our work cut out for us. Plus you've got SEPTA, you got just all kinds of issues. You got the skill games issue, and you got the governor advocating for legalizing cannabis. So we're all over the place a little bit, if you will.
Are you on record on the legalization of cannabis? Is Northeast Philadelphia going to be a pot zone?
I'm actually not. I'm trying to figure out where the district stands on that issue.
Okay.
I've posted about it a couple times to try to get a semblance of, apparently it's like a 50-50 issue. I know people say, oh, it's like a 70-30 or something like that, but it's actually closer to like a 50-50 issue for a lot of people. And when you you ask, you're like, oh, everybody already does it, so why not just legalize it and get the money? And then other people are like, well, I can't even get employees to work in my workplace because they're smoking stuff. And and I don't, some people, they're like, oh, I don't want them smoking near my kids out on the front porch. And it's like, okay, well, these are all things I got to think about and consider. But, I think Northeast Philly, we'll figure it out. We always do.
All right. We're Northeast Philly's really coming alive, and you've been there right from the beginning, as always. Thank you, Martina. Anytime, please let us know what you're up to.
All right. You got it, Dom. Thanks. Take it easy, guys.
Representative Martina White. All right, take a break. But, Chris, please stay there, Chris. I'm going to get your point of view. You heard the government. You heard the guy with IRS. I'm getting people emailing me on social media saying, look, I kind of feel for the guy. Didn't think he was a seminar caller at all. All right? I think Chris has a different point of view. So, Chris, you're next on that. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Elon Musk. Not necessarily going to align with conservative family values, is he?
The new GOP doesn't care, by the way. It's like they've thrown those family values out the window. I'd have his baby.
God's honest truth, for $22 billion, I'll sleep with Elon Musk. I'll take one for the team.
There's always a price.
I'm comfortable with my sexuality. I will take one for the team. And my wife would sign off on it. She'd go. She said, go stay for a week.
That's right. That's right. Nick had Elon's baby.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I loved it. I didn't know what to expect. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but I'll tell you, I'm glad I came. Best ever.
He reinvented himself. It was really good, man.
The music, the singing, you laugh, you tear it up.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Philly sports put to music at the Keswick Theater on Easton Road in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, great stuff from Martina White. Let's go Dom Giordano show to Chris in South Jersey. Hey, Chris, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom, how you doing today?
Good, Chris.
So
I want to know where it is that if you become a government employee, you have a job for life, and come hell or high water, you can never lose that job no matter what you do or what anybody says.
Well, I don't think the guy said that. So let's address what he said, because I think, well, of course, we're in agreement with that. That's ridiculous, and so are some of the union activities. But should this be more pinpoint? I get the macro. We got to move on this. If he's accurate, people working there just swept up in this because of the broader wave of government employees who are worthless.
But he didn't say that. You asked him if they had sent them anything or said anything to them, and he said they had to say what they did last week.
No, but I think he's saying that they've been told that. So suppose they've been told that they're on the look. Who likes the IRS, right? What do you say to that? Is that saying that's a lifetime job, and how dare you? I didn't hear that from the guy.
That's what I hear. He's saying that his wife of 30 years is going to be cut no matter what.
Right.
That's not what I'm hearing.
Okay, well,
they said,
go ahead.
Who has said that they're just going to cut right across the board? They're going to cut X amount of people, and it doesn't matter what you say or what you do, how good your job is or how bad it is, how long you've been there or how soon you've been there. Who has said that that's how it's going to happen?
I think that they've been given notice of this. They're afraid on this.
That's not what I heard when he said it.
I have to listen back. Did he see
that? Seems to be what the common misconception, or what these government workers seem that they're entitled to that job because they are a government worker. And economy be damned,
right.
If you have a government job, you have that for life. No, nobody has a job for life.
I think the point he's making, though, I didn't hear any of that from him. It's amazing how we hear different things. That's fine.
It is.
Well, on that point, you're right. I didn't hear a guy making that argument, though. I heard a guy making an argument, shouldn't this be more pinpointed? And I don't see that it is. And the argument is, you can't. You got to move in quickly on this. Isn't that what Musk has been about?
Well, if they can do it in the IRS, why can't he do it with Patel and with the defense guy?
Well, I agree with
I don't think there's anything out there that says that they have to do that Musk's way.
Right.
And I think whoever's in charge of the IRS, I don't know who's in charge of the Treasury.
Right.
Why can't they step in and say, no, we have people
right.
that have do a good job, and that's how we want to. Those are the people we want to keep.
Okay, you and I have come around.
Based on performance.
You've come around to the same position. Then I'm definitely
but
there with you.
That's not what that's not what I heard from the other gentleman.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. We'll take his call, Henry. Put it aside, and tomorrow we'll replay it, and we'll see what people think. And I promise to give it a listen with what you've said in mind, because first thing I'm listening for. Does this seem to me like someone who's a seminar card doing this just to attack Trump? So I'm listening for that a lot. But we'll do it. Who's your doctor, Chris?
Miss Dr. Livingston, I presume.
Great line. Absolutely. Coming up, Dr. Presler, I believe. Let's make Scott Presler. I'm going to give him an honorary doctorate from Dom Giordano University this summer. Mark that one down, Henry. Tell Presler that. He's on the line there calling in. Dr. Scott Presler will be with us, and he said he couldn't sleep a wink last night because he was waiting like Santa Claus for the numbers from Pennsylvania. Is Pennsylvania closer to being a red state? What's going on in New Jersey? And what is Dr. Presler up to? All right, you heard Chris. What did you hear in that call? I'm not going to dismiss people that are in pain around something like that. But on the broader level, I agree. Just because you're a federal worker, part of the email could have been to see if they respond at all. Because the argument is they don't. And they haven't done it for years. They're still on the ledger, but they're not doing anything. That's real. All right, so case by case is always the best thing. It's hard to do that, though, on this big macro level. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless All you have to do is push pound 1210. Scott Presler next. And also, we'll have Dom's Money Melody and your calls. Hang in there. Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
What is your viewpoint right now, having been a guy that voted for Trump, who then, in some regard, directly or indirectly, just took your employment away?
In terms of being a Trump supporter, I still do agree with a lot of the stuff that he's doing. There's a ton of waste in government. Working at the IRS, I did see waste.
Robert McCabe, thank you so much for coming on and sharing your story. I know it's not easy. Keep us updated as there are developments.
All right, will do.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled Cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
Hey, it's big. Rob Schmidt recently beat CNN in key ratings as millions are tuning into Newsmax. Every night, Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax revealing the truth about Elon Musk's Doge. Tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern and find out why Rob is the hottest person in cable news. Even President Trump is watching, and he says Newsmax is terrific. Reuters Institute reports that Newsmax is now one of the top news brands in America. Find out why. Just check out Newsmax on your cable system. Get Rob Schmidt with Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and much more. Download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or home TV to start watching. It takes just seconds. With Newsmax Plus, you can watch our great shows anytime. Go to newsmaxplus.com and start your free trial. That's newsmaxplus.com. Make the switch to Newsmax today.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit. Credit for deciding while stuck in traffic to get a bachelor's degree. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. Students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's. And graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. Flexible online and hybrid classes start March 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, the great Scott Presler with us momentarily could hardly sleep last night because he's dreaming of Pennsylvania being red. First, Megyn Kelly says on Twitter her husband is an Eagles fan, so she got on board, but go F yourself, Eagles. All right, responding to the Eagles deciding they're not going to visit President Trump at the White House. I'll tell Scott Presler our plan. Send Eagles fans there. Have a lottery. A couple thousand. 10,000 of them will show up. Let's go to Scott Presler. Dr. Scott Presler. All right, it's going to be an honorary doctorate we're working up this summer for you. You've arrived. I'm serious. At that station in life, we have this fictitious Dom Giordano University. You be the first honoree. What's going on there, Scott?
Some hand sanitizer?
I would love that. Hey, Dr. Presler, I mean, that has a great ring to it, right?
Yes, it does. We're serious, though, and I love following on Twitter how you had trouble tossing and turning. Will Pennsylvania turn red soon or move toward red? What happened this week?
Well, gosh, I am so tired of winning, and I hope the people of Pennsylvania are so tired of winning, too. So we got data today, and another big victory for Republicans. Here are the numbers. A week ago, Democrats had an advantage of 184,500 voter registrations. Today, that lead has been narrowed to 182,000. Dom, that's another net loss for the Democrats Commonwealth-wide of minus 2,278. But as we all know, these numbers are both active plus inactive voters. And Dom, if you remove inactive voters, the number of D minus R, blue minus red, Commonwealth-wide is down to 87,458. And so, my dear Pennsylvanians, we are so close. And within the next 2 years, I see us flipping this Commonwealth to a plurality of registered Republicans.
That will be a moment. Again, a lot of people out there doing a lot of good work, and you always say that. But your work here is just instrumental. I haven't asked you in a while. Whatever happened, though, I'd be the first one if I had time to write a book about what Scott Presler does.
Well, I'll tell you, this last week, Elon Musk wants every federal government employee to send to their department and manager bullet points of what they've done in the last week. And so I can tell all of you, I promise you, I am working tirelessly. In this last 7 days alone, I have done events in Center County, Pennsylvania, at Penn State University, which we now have a majority, in Chester County, Pennsylvania, where we are 4,700 voters from flipping that county from blue to red, in Mercer County, New Jersey, blue, Hunterdon County, New Jersey, which, by the way, the chairman told me it was the biggest turnout he has ever seen at their office. Union County, New Jersey, a blue county where we had 246 people come to a Veteran of Foreign Wars Hall in Kenilworth, New Jersey. And last night, I was in Burlington County, New Jersey, another packed house. And today, Dom, I'm speaking at the Bergen County Lincoln Reagan dinner. And so to all of you, I promise you, the zeal and the energy and the desire that we brought to win Pennsylvania in 2024, I am bringing every single day, because it is our intent to flip the New Jersey governorship from blue to red on Tuesday, November 4th, 2025.
Scott, when you're out there, and look, you have a lot of things. I mean, you use the proper word. You court voters individually, and your people do a great job. My wife, they came up 4 times. Are you registered to vote, Mrs. Giordano? Yeah, at Mulligan's. Scott, we had on the Doge people, 2 assembly people in Jersey who have a bill to have a Jersey Doge, and it would include 20 citizens in New Jersey who'd be picking off all these ridiculous projects. They told us one of them was apparently the Rutgers football coaches spending over $400,000 one year on DoorDash because they have late sessions or something. We arm you with a few of these that we're going to get from them, and you're out there telling people. This is when people take to the torches. This is when they come out. It enrages them, and then you pop up as a vehicle to not just be angry, but to actually win and do something about it.
Well, who can be against trying to cut down on government waste, fraud, and inefficient spending? Who would possibly be against saving the taxpayers of New Jersey and our great country money so that way inflation goes down, so that way their dollar goes further, so that way we put more money into their pockets? I have even heard that we have cut so much, I think it's $118 billion now, DOGE has cut down in, a month and a half, that they're even considering giving checks back to the American people of money that they have saved them. Who could possibly be against that? But I'll tell you, I've been talking to legislators all across New Jersey, and again, I want to give a shout out for them pushing legislation to get every hunter registered to vote. I am also asking every member of the New Jersey legislature that I come in contact with, give us a voter ID bill. Even if Governor Murphy is going to try to veto it, make him veto it. Make him veto a DOGE bill. Make him veto the Hunter bill. And let's put him and all of the Democrats on record that if they aren't going to put forth legislation that New Jersey and American people want, well, you all at home, you have the opportunity to change your government. You changed your government last year in 2024. Well, New Jersey, you have the chance to change your General Assembly and your governor. On Tuesday, November 4th, 2025, you register to vote. You register to vote as a Republican. You vote in the primary on June 10th, and you vote on November 4th.
And Scott, over the weekend, reading your Twitter, talking about your coalition, you always mention the hunters, people like that. But the thing that you've broken through with, and this was during the general election too, fraternities and sororities. Talk about younger people and the courting of that vote. How do you do it?
If you want some low-hanging fruit, register voters at your Cabela's, at your Bass Pro Shop, at your Home Depot, at your gun shop, at your gun show, going to gunshowtrader.com, or start knocking on some fraternity houses. Now, you may want to court them by bringing a six-pack with you. That might make it easier for them to open their doors. But honestly, we would just go from fraternity house to sorority sister house, and they were so open to hearing our message. And remember, sometimes it's about who gets people first. And to give you an example, we are not done in Pennsylvania. I had a mom and dad in their 40s reach out to me on X today, and they said, Scott, I'm very embarrassed to say that we've never voted in our entire lives. And they never even voted in 2024, this last election.
Wow.
They said, if you're ever traveling through Southwest PA, we'd love to invite you over to the house, and we want you to register both of us to vote. And they also said, Dom, that they have 2 adult children that have never voted either, and they're going to ask their children if they would like to register. And so moral of the story is just because we won, I want you to continue registering voters. I want you to continue growing the electorate. And I don't know if you saw this, but I believe it was CNN that posted this. They said that for the first time in modern history in a while, that Republicans are now the majority electorate all across the country. So the work, this kind of grassroots organizing, getting all of these groups registered, is going to hopefully win big this November in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Virginia. But we must keep the House in 2026. And the last thing I'll say is protect Rob Bresnahan's seat in PA 8. Protect Ray and McKenzie in PA 07, that's over in Allentown and Northampton, and protect Scott Perry in Pennsylvania's 10th district. Those are the 3 seats that we must protect going into 2026.
Well put, Scott. Where do we go for fundraising, anything that you're going to be, where all that stuff? Where do we go for Scott Presler?
Go to my X at Scott Presler, SCOTTPRESLER. You can go to our Facebook groups, Pennsylvania Republicans, and now New Jersey Republicans has a Facebook group. And of course, you can go to my website, which is earlyvoteaction.com. That is earlyvoteaction.com. And I look forward to seeing all of you next Monday at 2 o'clock. Let's go.
All right, let's go, Dr. Presler.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks very much. I'm serious about that. Tom Giordano Universities. We haven't done that before. The first honoree, Dr. Scott Presler. Other nominees are open. Coming, Dr. J. Well, Dr. Scott Presler is that. I don't know, Dr. Dan and Dr. Henry. We may have to consider those applications. Are they worthy of this class? All right, so what do we make? Megan Kelly says her husband is an Eagles fan, so I got on board, but blank yourselves, Philadelphia Eagles on X. Let's go to, let's see, Joe in Exton. I should have taken this. No, I let this one stay on. Then we'll have Dom's Money Melody shortly. Hey, Joe, good afternoon. What do you have today?
Yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon. My doctor is Dr. Jill Biden, who imagines herself an academic doctorate.
Yeah, absolutely. And she told us about it multiple times. Dr. Jill Biden to you. You know, if you really are a medical doctor, that's one thing. But the doctorate, you know, I get it. You got some we went through the degree and all the errors and nonsense in it, you know. I'd like to have an honorary doctorate just for the fun of saying Dr. Dom Show, but that's about it.
You know, I was looking up today's Money Melody. There's a lot of singers out there with honorary doctorates.
Oh, are they? Yes.
But I didn't choose that today.
Okay, all right. We'll have that in a moment. Let me take one more. Joe in Bordentown. Now, Dan has a lot of experience, met her several times. Joe, who do you have this afternoon?
Dr. Ruth Westheimer, who was 4'7", and during the struggle to establish Israel, she was a trained sniper.
I've heard that, too, and certainly a household name, Dr. Ruth. All right, so those on hold, I'm coming to your calls. The Eagles not going to the White House. You heard the Krasner stuff today. Sorry we didn't get Brian Kilmeade, but we're going to reschedule with him, get him on. And you heard Ralph's call. And what do you make of that? We might replay some of that tomorrow. We'll cut it down a little bit. Look, I feel for some people in that situation, particularly his wife. Now, the kids, you know, too many workers at the IRS, that's what's going to happen. All right? They feel targeted in this. Well, look at the abuses. Look at the Federal Workers Union. And, again, I'm glad that Kash Patel and Pete Hegseth told, don't answer the email from Elon Musk. You don't have to. We'll take care of looking internally on this. The argument was a lot of these federal workers never answer an email. I don't know about that. So, you know, I think more recommendation now. You got great people in the cabinet. Kash Patel and Pete Hegseth are not going to carry people there who are not doing their job. Maybe their recommendations are the way to go now a little bit more. And it looks to me like Prime Minister Macron, or is it President of France? I forget which one. Has a little Phil Murphy stuff going on with the hair here.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Fuzzy?
You look at, they showed him back in 2017, a lot more hair today than he had in 2017. And it looks like Miss Kim might have been in Paris recently. Yeah, it's exactly.
It's not easy dealing with all those protesters over there.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
always something.
yeah. No, it's the hair looks better. Looks much fuller, but I don't know how that's possible. All right. Let's have Dom's Money Melody.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
All right, we're playing for a pair of movie passes to see Brothers After War at the Regal Warrington Crossing in Warrington, Pennsylvania, from executive producer, one of our all-time favorites, Gary Sinise, great American. Jake Rademacher reunites with his brothers and fellow soldiers, revealing the raw truth of war and the journey from warrior to veteran. Don't miss Brothers After War in theaters now from SDG Releasing and the Gary Sinise Foundation, rated R. All right, Henry, what do you have?
Bit of a mouthful there, huh?
Yeah. Well, I love Gary Sinise.
Yeah. Gotta hype him up. Yeah, so today, the side question. Who's that all-time doctor, real or fictional? I'm going to play a song today about what I hopefully would think is a doctor administering this procedure, but that's not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for the song. I'm looking for the band that is covering the song, because their front man has a PhD. It's not honorary. It's a real PhD.
Wow.
So I'm playing this band and a cover of a famous song. I want to know the name of the band, all right?
All right, hit us with the name of that band, and you're off to see a Gary Sinise film, at least his foundation executive producer, too. nobody, as an advocate for veterans, I'd be hard-pressed to find anybody that matches this guy. And he's such a just great guest. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All I need you to do is push pound 1210.
Get ready. Friday, March 21st, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT presents our 8th annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins. We will be live from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. with special guests, surprises, and fun. Plus, hear stories about how your donations to the Travis Manion Foundation go directly toward empowering veterans and families of the fallen nationwide by training them to become mentors to youth, find healing, and unite communities through service. Listen Friday, March 21st, beginning 6 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Thank you to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com, and Hoffman's Exterminating, providing quality service with personalized care for over 35 years.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Pope Francis remains in critical condition. He spent this morning resting and is in good spirits. Penn State students raised more than $17 million for cancer research at their annual Thon event. And egg prices have hit a new record high. The USDA says a dozen large eggs cost just north of $8 on average.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
This February, Hesser Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get up to $9,863 off MSRP on a new 2024 Silverado 1500 SSV. Lease a 2025 Chevrolet Trax LT for just $215 a month, or a 2024 Chevy Blazer EVRS just $335 a month, both for 39 months. Check us out online at HesserChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hesser Chevrolet!
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Did you know I have 4 sons? And to me, making sure that they know I earned a living honestly and ethically is paramount to who I am. This means if one of my technicians has a part or even an entire system needs to be replaced, it's because it's true and not because that technician has to hit some end-of-the-week quota. If my business practices aren't honest, how can I expect my boys to be? As Crosby, Stills, and Nash would say, teach your children well. Visit us at marvinekanze.com.
Winter is here. Make sure you're prepared for whatever it throws your way. From snowstorms to icy roads, get the latest on winter weather from your local news team on the Odyssey app. Stay informed with push alerts on conditions and the best local coverage to keep you safe. Don't let nasty weather catch you unprepared this season. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and follow your local news station. That's AUDACY.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It's Don Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone? Show me the money.
All right, let's hear the clue, Henry. All right, and we are looking exactly for what?
The name of the band singing the song.
All right, the band singing the song with a guy with a PhD, a doctor that we've been, a real one, not an honorary one. By the way, Doge is zeroing in. I'm just seeing this. Sorry to interrupt, but I want to get this out there. My goodness. Swimming pool passes. Schools under fire for misuse of COVID funds. This is who we really ought to go after. Every single one of them, and make them pay it back. Go and get the money. Seize stuff. IRS, do your job. Pools, hotel rooms bought with COVID funds. Doge onto this now. We'll see if we can get a little bit more detail on that. And I mean it. Take something away from them then. Make them pay for what they did. They shut schools down, and yet they took all that funding at the same time. I'm just watching this, some of the details on this on Fox. All right, let me go to Lou in Mount Laurel on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lou, what's the name of the band?
To the Offspring.
Very nice,
All right.
Lou. How did you know that? You know the guy has a PhD?
I'm a big Offspring fan.
Ah,
There we
okay.
go.
Well, enjoy the film, Lou. Thank you. Boy, there's always somebody out there.
Yeah.
What is his PhD in?
So Dexter Holland, the lead singer of the band,
Right.
he has a PhD in molecular biology.
Wow.
So
Okay.
one smart cookie. And another fact I'll give you about him, his real name isn't Dexter. It's Brian. He only started going by Dexter because so many people, when he was growing up, called him Poindexter. Because he was that smart.
Excellent. All right, we'll have another one tomorrow, playing right into the doctor. I'm looking at Doge now. Schools have spent nearly $200 billion of COVID relief funds with little oversight or impact. $393,000 to rent out a major league stadium for something. All right, go after them. Go after them. With Trump the other day, with the woman from Maine, the governor from Maine, should have been a job one over the weekend. Go after them, sue them. I don't care how many lawyers, they're not doing anything else. Go after them, take away federal funding. Take away every dollar that you can. They are going to follow the law of the land, which is no boys in female sports. There are only two genders. You don't like it? Okay, we're going to go to court. Let's do it sooner rather than later. All right, but we're just seeing this story now break on Fox, and we'll try to get you more details. Doge now moving on to the COVID funds. The one I want to see that I think will bring unity or put Democrats in a tougher position is the funding of the military. There's a lot of fraud, abuse, waste there that's just monumental. And let's see, Democrats are often critical of any kind of military. Okay, we're with you on this. Let's root it out. But COVID and what happened there is still completely unfinished business. We've not had a reckoning on what they got away with. Closing down schools. And Henry, if you can, if you Google that, 393,000, I think it was, who is it that rented out a major league stadium with COVID money? If it's criminal, and that might be criminal to me, prosecute them. Let's just not talk about it. Let's move on recapturing this. And you can see, as vigilant as Doge is, I could believe there's $2 trillion out there. And I'm still adamantly, and over the weekend, boy, I got a lot more people commenting on this, saying yes, and we ought to be looking 20% of it, if it is $2 trillion or anywhere close to it, that the American people, each taxpayer, if you want to get into the minutia still, you paid more and all that, all right, I'm settling for giving the Americans their money back that was stolen. Guy puts up on Twitter over the weekend, I thought it was clever, I didn't get angry. He says, well, if someone robbed you, you keep on talking about the government stealing. They are stealing. And you got restitution. You're telling people instead of paying down your mortgage, that would be like paying down the deficit, you think they ought to spend the money on going on vacation. That's getting our own money back. Why are people being so adamant? It's my money. It's your money. It's not their money. Do I care if someone takes the $5,000, goes off on a bender, drinks, goes on a vacation? No, I don't. However you want to spend yours, that's on you. Stop lecturing us, though, on this is more like not paying your mortgage. Because the bottom line is they're continuing to steal this. They're continuing to go forward, maybe at a lesser rate. Instead of robbing you once a week, maybe it's once every 2 weeks. It's still the same thing that's going on. This is just trying to make some kind of settlement. Dave McCormick's on the mark.
I need it now.
Yeah, Dave McCormick's on the mark.
He
right?
is, yes.
Yeah.
12:30.
I think he, I like him. I mean, we're not going to be in a heated battle, but I am going to ask him about the Doge dollars, among other things. And I think he's got a couple of other things out there. I seem to think he's in the other camp. The Senate just voted, what was it, $360 billion of some kind of budget? I realize border, things of that nature. But the budget, Rand Paul and others say, it's still rampant with the stuff we shouldn't be spending on. They won't stop it. One of the reasons is they tout to the people back home, I brought this money back home. They're all both parties, Democrats wildly. But Republicans are supposed to suit up and stop this. Not only don't they stop it, some of them are part and parcel among close to the world. You can't top the Democrats in this. That's true. You just can't. But why is this so fierce? What am I missing, big picture? We hope to have this Fishback guy on. We're working with other economists. Would it really be inflationary if the average American got this back? Do you like that metaphor, that narrative of the guy? It's like, all right, you're talking about being stolen, and the authorities return some of your money. Are you going to blow it on a vacation, or are you going to pay down the mortgage? Well, guess what? It's my money.
It's my money, and I need it now.
Show me the money next here. Say it again, Tom Cruise. Yeah. I have to say, I haven't seen an issue that I enjoy quite as much, because on the other side, there are people I really like and respect, friends, callers on this, but there is a tsunami of people saying, you know what? Yeah, Mike Johnson, guys like this, they're not paying down any deficit. It would be minuscule. So why would the average American sacrifice when they won't stop this to keep their job? They are just relentless on this. Henry, did you find anything on that? $393,000?
Hold on.
Yeah, $393,000 COVID funds spent on renting a major league ballpark. This COVID money stuff did not go where it should have gone with schools. Intense one-on-one tutoring. No urgency. It's even worse than it was before. How many billions and billions and billions were spent? Almost unknowable. Yes.
Yeah, so the Santa Ana Unified School District in California spent $393,000 in COVID-19 funds to rent out the Angels baseball stadium for their high school graduation.
I mean, they close schools down. They're giving worthless degrees to kids who don't know so much. But you know what? Let's do it at the Angels baseball stadium. How many kids could be graduating in that school? 1,000, maybe? Even if it's a big school today, I don't know that you would have more than 1,000 people graduating. And you're in a baseball stadium that probably seats 50,000 or something. What in the world? And they're doing this publicly.
It's the largest high school in Orange County. It looks like they have an enrollment of a little over 3,000.
Okay, so graduates are probably 800 or something.
Around there.
All right, and with families and all that, you're dealing with 3,000 people, maybe. All right, 4,000 people in a stadium. Is that a 50,000 plus probably?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we'll have to get an itemized thing of what they did. How are these people allowed to do stuff like that? And yet, you're saying we have to suck it up. We don't get any of the money that was stolen from us by creeps like this. We don't get any of that back to make a dent in whatever. We have to sacrifice in this. I don't see it. If you can assure me that we're going to be ironclad and we're pretty much going to stop this stuff, but you know, and I know, Mike Johnson, not going to stop this. No, they're not going to stop this in Congress. Too many of them are in on it. Rand Paul in charge of something, actually in charge. Yeah, I could buy into that. All right, Rand's going to cut that deficit. So next year, I don't know if the federal deficit's 34 trillion, whatever it is today. Are we going to be down to 33 trillion? What are the odds on that? If we called Vegas, what are the odds that we get FanDuel? The odds? What are you talking about? We're not giving you odds on that.
Can I get a boost for this
Yeah,
one?
I mean, that would be like Villanova. I saw the odds the other day winning the national championship. They go, oh, come on. You really want to bet on that? We'll take your money, but it's like we'll give you all the crypto coins you want if Villanova wins the national championship. I think they have like a 6% chance of getting in. So it's something like that.
Getting in would be the national championship.
Exactly.
At this point.
So what are the odds that Mike Johnson will cut the deficit? All right, by even $500 billion with all this talk, with all the help he's getting from people like Elon Musk and what we're talking about. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless, $393,000 They used publicly, they did this. Did people, I'm going to follow this story. Did people jump in and say, no, you can't do this? Are you kidding me? And I can imagine. They probably said, well, we need to come together as a community after we shut the schools down forever in California around COVID. So following the COVID money, all that money towards schools, let's center in on that. There's just one egregious example right there. I'm just hoping for a Jersey or Pennsylvania one that I can tell you about. Let's go and get the money back from them. Well, you can't. What are you going to do? You can't get it back from them. Is that legal? Is that within the statute of limitations? I'd like to see. Who got paid what there? Who knew somebody at the Angels? $393,000 for a high school graduation? And I'm supposed to believe something this blatant, there's no criminal, there's not even a stir at the time, now there is, that they're going to cut if we just give up getting some money back. No sale on that. I'm not going to be in that camp. 855-839-1210. You get a line. Your call's next on Talk Radio 1210. Yeah, let's talk I'm still working on this high school thing. 800 kids. I'd spend 300. That's $1,000 plus.
Well, it's looking at me like for graduation, they charge around 93 to 100,000 per, or maybe that was the wrong thing. But this high school had 10 different graduations. That's why it took so much money, is because they needed to have 10 separate graduations, because evidently sitting through an 850 kid graduation is
No, I think it could be something else too. Is this one of those schools that does a graduation based upon race, based upon the Asian students or something like that?
I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, yeah. Or if it's, they don't want to sit through, so they had 8 different graduations. Oh my God. And how in public view do you steal money like that? It's stolen money. Do we all agree? Oh, stop calling it stealing. Come on. Kids need a graduation. 855-839-1210. You get in. Hey, time to celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For nearly 40 years, Rescue Omega-3s have been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oils, are buy one, get one free exclusively for Dom listeners. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, and speak to a knowledgeable product consultant, or use the code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA, OMEGA 50. You buy one bottle of Rescue Omega-3s, you get a second bottle free. Again, use that code OMEGA 50. Fortify your heart, support a healthier well-being with a Rescue Omega-3.
Get ready. Friday, March 21st, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT presents our 8th annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins. We will be live from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. with special guests, surprises, and fun. Plus, hear stories about how your donations to the Travis Manion Foundation go directly toward empowering veterans and families of the fallen nationwide by training them to become mentors to youth, find healing, and unite communities through service. Listen Friday, March 21st, beginning 6 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Thank you to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, Emmons Roofing, Windows and Solar, online at emmonsroofing.com, Oliver Heating and Cooling. Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-253-6259. 800-253-6259. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-253-6259.
At American Heritage Credit Union, our rates allow you to choose what works best for you. Save for your future with a 12-month IRA certificate at 4.20% annual percentage yield, or enjoy a shorter term with a 9-month certificate at 4.15% annual percentage yield. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org. That's AmericanHeritageCU.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
Inflation, recession, interest rates, the Fed. How do you make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Weather sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
Cloudy and 38 overnight. Tomorrow we'll get up to almost 60, but it'll be cloudy. On Wednesday, we'll see the sunshine again, high 57. Afternoon showers on Thursday with a high of 58, and Friday back down to 48, but still mostly sunny.
Go to kitchenmagic.com today and start your worry-free remodeling journey with a local, trusted, family-owned company that's been transforming kitchens for 45 years. That's kitchenmagic.com. kitchenmagic.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. So it appears this school, using COVID money, may have done 8 different graduations at a major league stadium. We're trying to break down where that comes from as Doge now moves on to the COVID spending. Just think of the money that was spent and think of schools. Keeping kids out, we know the damage, we know what happened here, and they would do it again if they could get away with it. And then the spending, all that money flushed away. Why don't we get that back? Why are not more people prosecuted? I don't know if statutes of limitations running out or not, but I'd like to see more of that with Doge. This is a massive battle. When you're talking upwards of $2 trillion, it's a lot. Let's go to Joe in Columbus. Joe, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, welcome in.
Hey, good afternoon, Dom, and everybody else. I was with Scott yesterday in Medford. It's the second time I was at one of his events, and what a dynamic, pre-planned person and somebody with direction. You got to sit in on one of his locations. It's incredible.
Who's that, Joe?
What's that?
Who's that?
Scott Pressler.
Oh, Scott Pressler. Oh, yeah. Well, look, I took him down to Avalon. We had the presentation there, without a note, for 45 minutes. They were regaled by what he does. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's motivating, and people, he instills a lot of confidence. He has a sense of direction that really builds confidence in people. It's something to really watch. Dom, I'm gonna take a chance on making a lot of enemies today. If you guys, as Eagle fans, want to be America's team, you got to learn how to think a different way. This preemptive strike they did on Trump, that was totally unnecessary. They should have waited for whatever to come to them. With everything that's going on, as world champions, national champions, That's the last thing they should have talked about, going to the White House.
Yeah, well, Jeffrey Lurie was asked before the Super Bowl, and I think it was a tell. He said, all we want to do is win. Why couldn't he have said, of course we'd want to go to the White House if we're lucky enough to win? Why wouldn't you?
And, Dom, when you're talking about rivalries, all right, and this is just my instructions here, and based on my history, you never had the Eagles and the Redskins. You always had the Cowboys and the Redskins. You never had the Eagles and the Giants. You may have had a little stint where the Cowboys and the Giants. There's rivalries there that run around the Cowboys, and the Eagles got to work towards that. And this was just a bad move on their part.
Oh, interesting how you brought it back to the Cowboys. Boy, Joe, you're living dangerously here.
Well, I know I am, and I just want to give you guys that as something to move forward with.
Okay.
If Trump was smart, he would say, I wish they came to the White House because I would have been the one who would have been more than proud to give them their championship rings.
Yeah, he did say that on a national show recently, even though he talked up the Chiefs more. But, Joe, who's your doctor?
Well, my guy, I think, put everybody who is a pet lover who was on the fence, made them an animal lover. And it was the guy who talked to the animals, Dr. Doolittle.
Great one. Nobody said I'm going to take off the board now. I see some good ones up here. Dr. Seuss. And Dr. Seuss, nobody better, kids' books. But then the attacks upon Dr. Seuss were unforgivable. Just completely unforgivable. Dr. Seuss during World War II used his skills in cartooning to push back against the Japanese. And some of them were, you can call it stereotypical, you can call it whatever you want, but were very effective. And for that, Dr. Seuss, that children love and will love, has been under fire. All right, let's go to Scott in Mount Laurel on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Scott, afternoon.
Hey, guys. With Doge, I tell you, where the rubber's really going to meet the road is when we come out with a budget, if we can have a balanced budget. If that happens, then we're in business where we can start paying down the debt. And, I would be in favor of a plan now, maybe to pay some of it back in tax refunds and some of it toward the debt so we can kind of look like we're doing a little bit of everything, kind of make everybody a little bit happy. But the reality is if we don't balance the budget, then we're going to be dealing with this forever.
Yeah, well, let's see what the deficit is next year. All right, cutting $1 trillion, that would be a lot. But even $500 billion, even $250 billion, is Mike Johnson going to be able to do that? And Scott, the resentment I have is Johnson saying core principles. We just don't give out checks to people. This is different. It's our money.
Yeah, that's not giving away my right. Giving people money that you took is different. Definitely, there's a big distinction there.
Yeah.
But now the real important part about my call is your disservice to the doctor, who is absolutely in the top, one or two small forwards of all time. Certainly was a much better shooter than he's being given credit for. He was an over 50% career shooter from the field. But I will put it in terms, if you're going to only look in the narrow focus of shooting, you're going to tell me now that Steph Curry is better than Wilt Chamberlain, correct?
No, obviously not. No.
Well, he's a better shooter.
Yeah, but it's not the same position. I'm talking about small forward shooters. Dr. J was substandard.
I heard. First, I don't think he was, but I heard that argument even in the '80s that Bird was better because he could shoot better from outside. And my argument always was, well, the fact that Dr. J can get closer shots,
right,
and shoots at as high or a higher percentage than someone who makes shots from the outside, I don't see how it changes anything. He puts up the points.
Yeah, Larry Bird is very superior to Dr. J. Very, very superior.
I've been on the phone for a few minutes. I come back to the ball.
Yeah.
How come when they played each other, he wasn't superior? How come the Sixers teams, were as good or better than the Celtics teams? And that's when Dr. J was at an older, advanced age in his career, not in his prime. Why was Dr. J as good or better than Bird when they played each other? But somehow, because the perspective of the game has changed, now we think Bird is better.
I have to look it up, Scott, on that. To be continued here when we see you at Mulligan's. We'll go for an hour on that one. Who is your who's your doctor?
The kid doctor, Doogie Howser.
That's a good one. Thank you, Scott. All right, it is the lightning round next here. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless All you have to do is push pound 1210. Hit us with that. I'll tell you what's on the show tomorrow. And again, $393,000. Just one little snippet from today. All we need in Jersey in that governor's race with the Doge people, and we're in contact with them. You heard the other day, the Assembly people, they just have to ferret out 5 or 6 nuggets. Then we'll ask you to vote on it. Which one is going to motivate people to say, you know what, that's it. I am showing up and voting this time. And I want to know which party is it that's spending the money in that manner. And by and large, we know what party it is. $440,000 for DoorDash from the Rutgers football team. Oh, you got to work late. Well, pay for it yourself. You're being paid $100,000, $200,000, $300,000. You got to kid me. DoorDash. I want to see the tip. I want to see who had what. What are they ordering? You do that with people in Jersey, and you go, that's it. Where do I sign up? Where do I vote? All right? All you need is 1 or 2 of those that just pop. I told you the Harris poll today with Trump. It's very instructive. He's 9 points above water. Among suburbanites, he's 4 points up. Suburbanites. Women, he's 2 points up about his time in office so far this time around. And that's with some of the baggage, et cetera. And I think what's driving it, a lot of it, are things like Doge and also transgender issues. 80-20, probably 85-15 now, and the 15's fading. All right, lightning round. Talk Radio 1210.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made in Crash Proof was credited to my account, and I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing while it's in the account. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. If you want experts you can trust working on your car, United Tire and Service is the place for you. They always take the time to get to know you and your car, and United Tire has made February the best month to save on tires. The birds won it all, so you can save big now. Through February 28th, you save the total points of the game off a set of 4 tires. What a great way to celebrate. Schedule at one of their 10 locally owned United Tire locations at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
From Westchester to Doylestown, from Drexel Hill to Lansdale to Philly, we all look out for each other, stepping up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years, and that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you. Learn more at IBX.com.
Attention small business owners needing financing. Swish Funding is providing funds for expansion, inventory, increased overhead, even slow cash flow to small businesses all over America with affordable funding as soon as 1 business day. And we're ready to help with funding from $10,000 to $2 million. If you've been in business for 1 year or more with a monthly income of at least $25,000, you can get the affordable funding you need with no collateral. Go to swishfunding.com today. That's swishfunding.com.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start March 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Dom Giordano, weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, Trump-Macron news conference being held now. We have full details tomorrow. Hit us with that all-time doctor in honor of Dr. J. And when the summer we get down there at Mulligan's, we'll go through, no, not a top 20. Larry Bird's a top 5 player of all time.
Top 5.
He's on the starting team. He's starting team. All right, let's go to Alan in Hamilton. Alan, who is your person?
The Joe Zazichny, the Dr. Shock.
Why Dr. Shock?
He was an expert magician who started the Smoke and Mirrors Society in Glenside now.
Gotcha. Okay. I love this one. Great film. If you've never seen it, coming up. Bill in Montco. Who's yours, Bill?
Yeah, I was torn between Ben Franklin because he's an honorary doctor. But because it's the 3rd anniversary of Russia invading Ukraine, I wanted to go with Dr. Strangelove. And the movie gave us one of the best all-time lines, "There's no fighting allowed in here. This is the war."
Or no, how about shooting open the Coke machine in order to get change to make a phone call? I'm going to report you to the Coca-Cola company. Meanwhile, it's nuclear Armageddon is coming our way.
And we can do an homage to RFK Jr. because there was the thing about the fluoride in the water. So Dr. Strangelove covered it all.
Yes, the pure alcohol grain water, my manly essence. There you go. Mike in Philadelphia's got an interesting one. Who's yours, Mike?
Hey, Dom, good afternoon. Mine is the man that performed the first Tommy John surgery in 1974, Dr. Frank Jobe.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, isn't it, that sometimes these guys seem to throw harder or have a stronger arm when they come back?
Yes. To date, there's been over 2,400 Major League pitchers that have had the Tommy John surgery.
Wow. And then there's the great Tommy John, who was on the show and is a Trump guy, bringing it all home. Earl in Tacony. Earl, good afternoon. Who's yours?
Afternoon, Dom. Yeah, real quick, you know my feelings on the Eagles. I haven't watched a single Super Bowl.
Yes.
I gave you the list of the people that protested in the first Super Bowl. The second Super Bowl, they only showed them from the neck up, so you couldn't see who was protesting. And the only guy who had his hand over his heart in the last one was Andy Reid. You could see they were all with their hands down by their sides or horse collaring. But my doctor is Dr. Rumack. He saved the lives of all those people in that airplane. And I'm serious, and don't call me Shirley.
All right. What airplane is that? Quickly, I'm not sure. Okay.
What do you mean?
What airplane? What
the movie Airplane.
Oh, Airplane.
I tried to play that clip real quick.
I haven't seen enough of that. Okay. Sorry about that. My faux pas. All right, Henry, give us a couple contenders here.
Yeah. All right. So some of the ones I like today a lot. Let's see. I liked Robert and Ben Salem's answer of Doc Holliday. Took the name Doc quite literally there.
Mm-hmm.
Another one that I liked was Joe and Exton's of Dr. Jill Biden. You know, one of your favorite things to poke fun at. Another one I thought that was good was Dr. Frank Jobe. I really like that Tommy John aspect and having that name kind of echo throughout the eons, if you will.
I'm going to go with Joe of Exton. He plucked it there, I think, skillfully to Dr. Jill Biden. Yeah, one of the all-time fictitious doctors, although technically I'm sure she's polishing her doctorate off today. All right, we'll do it all again tomorrow, and we're going to be joined by somebody who's the architect of On Patrol, great police series. What is it really like to be a cop? All right, all that. And, of course, the side question and also Dom's Money Melody. Great one today from Henry. All right, Rich the Always Show is next here for 4 big hours to take you home. Follow me on Twitter till tomorrow at Dom Show 1210, at Dom Show 1210, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you